In a world without variety, brutality.
Hello there, and welcome to Helping Hands. This is not just Helping Hands, everybody. This is a tournament legend, Helping Hands. This guy seems to be back on form, back and ready for war. Helping Hands once beat Jove and Lovenest in the same day to claim a major tournament win in ESL. And this guy's seemingly back on form. He's playing as his beloved OKW on the south of a fantastic map in Amelie Fields. Who does he find in the north, Ed?
He's finding him against the people's champion already, the unsung hero, Lord Elpern of Sweden. And he's locked in Soviets and smashed that defensive tactics community button already like it was going out of fashion. And yeah, Soviets with double conscript bulletin, a cheeky penal bulletin just for the lulz. And he's going to be hopefully causing another upset here against the giant Helping Hands.
Oh god, and what a giant he certainly is. He's quite tall, about 6'4". Alpern's from Sweden though, so I'm sure we're not going to do a tale of the tape kind of boxing analogy and Helping Hands at 75 kilograms.
He can reach the keyboard, folks. I think that's
He certainly can. That's all you need to do. And I've corrected all the scores and all my overlays now. The reason they were off kilt is because I've just recast Alpern's historic Game 3 against Lovenest on Famenville Approach. It was a crazy battle, wasn't it, Ed? Did you watch it yesterday?
Yeah, it did indeed. And Lord Mickey Rifle of Holland helped out casting that series, which was expertly done. And just what a series. Apparently Game 1 as well on Ploest was a huge comeback for Elpern against the odds of Lovenest. And then Game 3, it was start to finish OKW prowess. So we'll see how Helping Hands handles Soviets as OKW. I've always found it a bit of a hard matchup, especially against T34-85's map, but Elpern's locked in a defensive tactics, so it's going to be an early game, just kind of rush.
Yes, it's got to be, mate. It's got to be an early game rush for Helping Hands as well. But I'll tell you why. He's currently being absolutely destroyed by this M3. But I'll tell you why, because this might be more hype than whatever I've got to say. So let's make sure that this isn't some mad squad wipe, double kill on the Kubel. Doesn't seem to be. I'll tell you why, because I think Soviets are OP against OKW in the late game because of population cap edge. You just can't build your army up enough as OKW. It just seems like you're fighting an... Look at this little by the way. Just check out my stream where I'll go to the left of the screen. You see this little land bridge that Wolf has put in? You go through the garden gate to get to your fuel, but it's like it's a pretty odd connection.
He's now a back passage from Allo Allo. Okay, nice. But a good cut-off work here already from Elpern, just abusing Clown Car versus OKW early game matchup. OKW players of late have been attacking tier 1 more to kind of soft counter this, but we'll see what Hans does. He won't be too phased by this. He's an old guard of the game now, as young as he is, and he's seen this strat many times before. But what I like from Elpern is it's kind of a hybrid, isn't it? Like one conscript and one penal. He hasn't gone full tier 1 YOLO.
It takes a 31-year-old and a 30-year-old to say that a 28-year-old Helping Hands is still young. We're proper boomers now.
Younger than us.
But he's a decade younger, indeed. As we've got good defensive minds placed by Hands. And I will draw everybody's attention to Tournament Hands. Tournament Hands is very much a prepared position player as he operates a nice bait here, trying to tempt him onto the mine. And that's an obvious bait because the units were sprawled all over the place. And Alpern with his Mega Mind and his chess ELO is not going to fall for that. Yeah, it's very good read. But I'll tell you what, you have to watch for Ed. Helping Hands is like a prepared position player. He plays in a line. Everything is connected to one another at all times, and he has everything in his field of view. He does not play with tap map, as everybody knows from watching his streams. But when he gets into like tournament mode, he literally has everything in the line and micros it one by one, going left to right. And it's like he looks to envelop you. like with a slow creep. M3 dies to the mine in the west.
Oh, it took it anyway, took the bait, but yeah, maybe it wasn't the MLG read we thought. It was just trying to keep his clown car back in his territory to get the flamethrowers upgraded in it. But either way, another penal in the build. So we've got 2 engineers already for Soviets. This is going to be great for fixing T-70s and T-34s later, as you get multiple engineer squads with veterancy on.
Nice, interesting build from Elpern as well to go for the conscript first, just to give him that map capping and an extra combat engineer. So it's an interesting take on a penal build. Because of course in a tournament level game, if you just go for penals, you're going to have a bad time. You'll get outcapped. And talking of being outcapped, actually, it certainly seems now the M3's down, he's able to cap up the map. His helping hands. He's harassing the fuel in the east and taking the cutoff in the west. And he's also got the fuel in the west, so it's a good early game map control from Hans.
This is what I love about Code 2, boxing, any kind of 1v1 arena places. Styles makes the games, and I think with Hans, he's completely different style to Love Nest, and lot more measured, I'd say, as in his approach and his strategy. Love Nest can get caught out early game, which is what happened against Helpen yesterday. But I don't think HelpingHans offers that option much to his opponents. He's very, very cautious in the early game.
Incredibly steady
as we saw
player.
There, some really good early retreats. Saves the manpower. Okay, they're very low HP, but once he fixes up the Kubo and retreats his Sternpires, he's going to have high HP on all the squads. And the Luke's in the build.
Very steady player as Hans with a nice build order here as well. This is the one that Talisman, of course, was using to win GCS2. His 4 Folks Grenadiers into Luke's. Alpern, as you might not know, if you're just joining the stream for the first time on this Sunday, this is the Commander Terminator tournament. Each player can only use a commander once in the entire 4-day event. And Alpern's now elected to go defensive tactics community. He clearly sees Hans as a bit of a threat, because this is not an underpowered commander, is it? This is a pretty good one.
Nope, and what? As we see already, Dushka in tow. Like as soon as 2 CPs were captured for Elpen, boom, straight into the Dushka, which is a early game monster. Rips into anything and has AP ammo straight off the bat.
Yeah, and that's
like
not anti-personnel, of course. That's armor piercing, and the Lukes could fall foul of that. But we are seeing a very slow, steady, and precise game thus far. The only loss has been the M3. Let's check out the stats as well and see that the oh god, Hans is a KD monster, 2-1 there, not too shabby at all.
Those early retreats and conserving of his manpower has been next level actually for OKW. It's quite easy to, you know, lose a few Volks and just complain about Volks the whole time. But no, he's definitely been very wise on that front.
Certainly has, as the Panzer II's got an excellent camouflage. Beautiful. Penals are going to probably hard retreat, I would estimate. There you go. They have to. They have no counter out right now. He's going to be getting, of course, the M42s as soon as he can. He doesn't have enough resources right now. There we go. 240. Surely going to bring one onto the field, perhaps. There it is. Yes, he has got one lying in wait now as the Penals are forced away. The Panzer II pursues.
Should have enough HP just to get home, and the AT gun came out on the perfect side of the hedge. Start working on the Luke, so that was a bit fortunate for Elpen there. But at least Hans is showing that aggression, and just what a difference a mine makes. You know, taking out that M3 so early. It's basically advantage Hans since then.
It has been. Alpern has, however, used the Dushka and now his own mines to get this fuel in the east. These the little tiny baby mines, the little anti-tank ones.
Yeah. I think they work a bit like the old... oh no, that was a trip flare just going off there. But they work a bit like the US baby mines. Yeah, look how fast they get planted.
Oh, he's going ham up there.
Okay, if a Luke's goes up that road, it's going to be like a cat walking along a piano.
Oh, Aerofield says that anti-infantry. Thank you, Aerofield. Somebody actually plays the bloody game.
They're not the... Yeah.
But that's what we're going to get with Commander Terminator, Ed.
Like
yeah, we're going to get more and more of this, Ed, as the tournament goes on, because we're going to start seeing commanders we just do not see in previous Master League tournaments. We're going to start seeing a little bit more flavoursome stuff.
Yeah, it does say PMD 6 anti-personal mines can be constructed by combat enemies, but who reads the writing, honestly?
We've got
But
Rock
yeah,
9
I got
flamethrower.
confused with the US little ones.
Yeah, we've got the Rock 9 flamethrower and the Penal Battalion's putting pressure on the folks in the west. And he goes over those same mines. There you go, putting a nice exclamation point on the mark, and he gets the killing blow. That is good work by Elpern. Very good work indeed.
Whoa. Okay. Wasn't even vetted, I don't think, that unit.
Let's have a little look at the action replay on that there as we see the Foch Grenadier in duress. And it was a nice little headshot on retreat, just worthy of seeing once more. Ping, and he's dead.
Yeah, no Vetu accuracy buff for the Penal there, so that was just raw. RNG for Hans. We'll see how tilted he gets from that, but still got King Kubel alive, and always got a chance of that. He's going to cap up the fuel on the east. Stone Pile's having to be forced back, and this is where, as OKW, it seems like such a chore. Once you've made your selection map with your light vehicles, you then got to worry about munitions for your heals all the time, and he only has one Volk upgraded with STGs. Didn't get to see if that retreating squad was going to get them or not. But yeah, munitions is going to be very tough for HelpingHans to manage at the moment.
Back in the centre, Elpern's starting to really stabilise his positions. There's that dead corpse still.
Ooh, one thing I do like here, Matt. Double MG from HelpingHans by the 10-minute mark. Boom. 2 MG34s. I mentioned it yesterday. This is my little choice as well in my games, because I just feel the Volks don't have that kind of staying power to hold the ground as they used to, and especially against Dushku and other things, you need some lockdown, and Elpen is going to really struggle now with 2 MG34s to get around, but T70 in the build should be able to help with that.
T70, of course, the ever-present evisceration tool of the Soviets.
The ever built, no matter how late it is.
Yeah, you just get them. They're so bloody good. And the backbone of the Soviet army. No, it isn't the conscript, the Penal Battalion, or any the combat engineers. Is indeed the T70, the ever-present light tank, the Pyramid of Death, and possible HelpingHans doom. He has no Puma or a Kettenwerfer on the field. Probably has a few shoe mines in decent positions, but that's about it.
Yeah, and I was watching a Hans game on stream the other day, and he went double Puma to take on a couple of Greyhounds, so he's not shy of building the odd Puma, and there he goes, instantly selects one in, so that's good from him. He waited to see what Elpen would go, whether he'd rush straight ahead to tier 4, but Elpen, his hands were tired. He had to go for T70, it felt like.
Got his
Hans
first kill.
Get a cheeky
and a Faust. Yes, indeed. T70's now damaged just as the Puma's entering the field. Puma's got a long road to travel in order to get to him, though, so he should be fine. But the Panzer II Lux immediately now knows he can come more into the centre of the battlefield, stopping the progression of the Penals, and Hans is just holding firm.
It's that MG34, dude, in the centre VP.
Oh my god, Foch Grenadier is going down the path of the mines. Almost missed that on cam there. But, ouch. That could have been a lot worse.
That's a lot of models. Good thing Hans retreated when he did. That was danger close. Whereas Puma now on the prowl, but good response time there from Elpen. As soon as his T70 was snared, he had a Rock 9 flamethrower engineer going over to fix it. They need to get Vet 2 up for the faster repairs soon.
Really feel like HelpingHans has got a veritable onslaught of light vehicles now. He's got the Kubel for continuous capping, the Puma for T70 defense, and then this Lux, who's now on his 6th kill, but doing a lot of health damage and a lot of point guard action.
And this pick-a-mix build from Elpen means he does not have any conscripts with 18 aids. Just has one con, but I think he's felt it's not worth putting the snare upgrade on. And those 2 penals, neither of them have PTRS because he needs a bit of anti-infantry. So yeah, he's got to rely on the 2 baby AT guns and a heck ton of mines, I guess.
Kubel comes into the East conscripts. They do not have an 18A, but the Kubel does not know that. Looking for a little bit of fuel capping. In the west, Elpern's waiting for his AT guns, it seems. I don't know what he's waiting for, actually. There he goes. He's now going. Not in time before the Puma can spot his activities, however. And as I say, Helping Hands has now drawn his battle line. He's got his prepared position, and he'll just react to you. He's a very reactive player. And he'll just wait for you to move, Ed, and then he'll smother you.
Yeah, now come a point though where he has to go in for a bit of a cheeky push, and he was doubting his own pushes and dives, as he calls them, the other day. So we'll see if he's kind of got his conscience together. And I think he's actually better when he just goes for it a bit more aggressively. He'll catch people off guards because they're not used to it against him.
King Kubel just got hit by double AT guns in the east. Oh dear, the penal started it off and the M42's finished the job.
Bullied King Kubel, no. But a lot of mines down of both players, Matt. Like, if you drag your cursor across the screen, you'll probably find one. That's how many
it's all over the place.
Mines.
Like First World War no man's land out there. Yeah, certainly no...
Scary times when you only got one pioneer, the sweeper of Helping Hands as OKW.
And oh, there's more of them up there. I just missed that. There he is. Just the one, of course, explosion and one model death.
This is what I've always been a bit confused. There's no tooltip to say that the little AT gun can float, but they can. It's just, I guess, like a side ability. I don't think they used to ever be able to do that.
We've got a bit of a reversal of positions here, by the way. Alpen's quite far south, and Helping Hands has gone quite far north. You've got the two Focus Grenadiers in wait as the Dushka guns them down. The M42s are in a decent position, however. Luke should be able to reverse away behind the shed after being penetrated. Dushka getting taken down. T-70's coming in for the kill. Alpen could get aggressive here. He could go on the offense.
Yep, and Helping Hands keeping orders, Volks alive. Shooting out in time and securing the mid again with that MG34, so it's just good positional play here from Helping Hands.
Very tasty.
He comes off the better from that exchange, forces Helping back for quite a while. But
another
Helping
mine
snuck down
detonates there.
Yeah, he's gone east to find a better biscuit. And yeah, although he's got one territory not connected, he's still got a good fuel income due to that sneaky little combat engineer and conscript combo on the right hand side.
Look at the amount of mines, it's crazy. So many. Can't hope to just cast every single mine detonator, because we'll never talk about anything else, and indeed not a good day to be an Ober. They are on the field, 40 manpower per casualty on these bad boys. Helping us probably very defensive of them. Luckily for them, that is a shoe mine very close to them there. Meanwhile, Alpen has amassed his forces. He's looking for a little bit of a push on this MG34 in the centre.
Yeah, we could see a Rakedan here from Hans to help out his Puma play, especially as he goes towards teching up with the Schwer. So he's upgraded the Schwer now. He might need a Rakedan just to kind of help out with this pesky T70, because, you know, if you get some Volks retreating a long way from home, you're going to need something to save them and help them out in their retreat path.
I am absolutely betting, though, that this Puma does get to veterancy 5 in this game. Helping Hands so often in 2 versus 2. Nice with the T7, sorry, the Panzer II there, and the sweeping Stern Pioneers to detonate one of the mines. But so often in a 2v2 battle, Helping Hands is a god with a Puma. Constantly cycling behind lines and never getting too aggressive with it. You know, it's a decent prediction to say that he'll get it to Vet 5 throughout this battle.
Yep, and Hans taking LPM very seriously in this challenge, and he's brought out the big guns commander, special operations doctrine locked in, Matt. So he was waiting for that on his upgraded Obers to now get an infrared STG practice. These can shred squads.
And this is Alpen clearly has long-term ambitions. Hans, I think, is just happy to be playing well again in a tournament, because he's been off form for so many tournaments in a row. Not 2v2, he does alright in that arena, but it's just nice for him to have feeling the flow of battle again, especially with the World Championship coming in November.
And not really have too much expectation on himself. I think that's weighed him down in the past and gets to him a bit. But now he's kind of playing with, you know, with not too much, not reckless abandon, but with just a bit more freedom.
Yes,
it's helping his gameplay a bit. But as you see, the T70 now reaching Vet 2, so that's going to be a bit painful plucker of infantry models with good accuracies. But Puma helping out on the MG squad there.
Yes, certainly was. Meanwhile, in the west, we saw a great flank by Hans. Just predictive flanking of the Dushka. Very good work. We do have the high R's on the Obersoldot, and that should be telling Elpern that you have to watch out for the Command Panther in the late game.
This could be a wiped penal. He's not respecting the Obers. And they have got
And that's the price of disrespect. That's the price of disrespect there, Ed. Shot in the back of the head.
And due to the retreat path, Hans doesn't go along all the mines.
Mine here on the Obers. Oh, could get finished off.
Luckily.
He could get finished off here. The Penals jump into combat, but the Puma comes to body block for them. That could have been a lot worse.
As well. Yeah. Good. Oh, good pick up there from Hans. It was very close. Could have been a really bad trade for him, but worked out for him. So there we go. It's good RNG.
Combat engineers are paying the price for their temerity of daring to be on the battlefield, and the loot eats them up. Meanwhile, in the centre, the Puma's looking for some shots on the T-70, haven't gotten one, but the M42 lying in a cloak like a T-1000. That's the one that can cloak, right? Pretty sure it was.
My Terminator knowledge is pretty lacking.
It's the one that was liquid and could like become the ground, and then it's like staring up skirt at you.
Again.
Yeah.
Sounds like good superpower. But I'd say this has been good manpower conservation from HelpingHans.
Mines detonate on the western side. The Lukes could be a sitting duck. Where are these AT guns? However, there's only one of them. The other one's been recently destroyed. Puma offers himself as a target, as the Volksgrenadiers have a very bad idea in daring to venture into Elpern's territory.
Yeah, they saw what happened to those Obers, but braver Volks are. They'll go and try and do it. But
talking about bravery, here's the crew members of this beautiful Panzer IV, Ed. Just as, by the way, the T-34-76 emerges from the north. Two excellent camouflages, two great medium tanks. What do you feel about their arrivals at this point in the battle?
I think the OKW P4 should have the advantage. Pay for it. He paid 50 more fuel. But as we've seen in past games, you never know. That sloped armor can be all the difference. And both have 4 shots of health in terms of shooting at each other. So I do like to pick up though from Hans. I was just talking about his manpower conservation earlier. He's got so much. 600 manpower in a 1v1 game is loads. So he could double up on his Obers here and go for a real surround and pound all in push, but he's going to hit a mine with his P4, which he had not looked at.
And the M42's really close by as well. The Volksgrenadiers are going to come to protect as the P4 ambles away. It eats another shot. That's going to leave it out of combat for a while. And the T-34 indeed is getting involved. It could go for a crush here, a mighty crush against the Volksgrenadiers, and gets it! Elpernosaurus with the absolute consumption of HelpingHans' squad there. He was very hungry.
Rebuilding of the squad insta by HelpingHans, so his stockpile of manpower getting put into use, and the Raketten as well will be on the build. We did mention the Raketten earlier. Could have been out to help the Puma out a lot earlier. And yikes! So Ved 1 on the Puma hasn't done too much work. Did hard kill a baby AT gun, but this P4 now, what a. So I'd say advantage T-34 already, Matt, in that respect. It's got a whole squad wipe versus P4 that just sauntered onto a mine.
I captured my replay once and then a second time because I was too keen, and which means I ruined it. So if you guys can clip that and share it, I'd be much appreciative. That'd be cracking. That was a good one. That was. First proper time to use my replay tools, Ed, and I absolutely, I failed. I pressed S twice. Oh.
No worries. That's why they go on YouTube, man.
Exactly.
Oh,
T-34
this T-34's on performance enhancing drugs, man. I'm telling you. Look at that, the MG. Oh! Took away all his models nearly in the first shot. Hans very lucky there to keep his MG34 alive. Now, creative name, another name in this tournament, always says don't put your MGs in cover, in yellow cover, because they clump up and it can be one-shot. That's why.
There we go. Let's watch this again. Let's watch this again, I say, Ed. I'm sorry for the lack of immersion, everybody, but that was a fantastic moment, and it deserves a rewatch, so here you go. Here's the clip. Away. It's another shot. That's going to leave it out of combat for a while. And the T-34 indeed is getting involved. It could go for a crush here. A mighty
T-34. We thought P4 was in trouble, but no, it was the Volks Grenadier squad all along. It should have been worried. One shot,
of
Helping Hands. What a wipe there for Elpen.
And back to the live gameplay, everybody. 23 minutes, 30 seconds. That works as a little bit of an interval, Ed. And let's now just absolutely take stock of battle as Alpern takes stock of this Panzer IV's broadside. The T-34 comes into combat. Rakettenwerfer watches on in horror as the T-34 bypasses it. Panzer IV taken out again by Alpern. This guy's on the warpath, Ed.
T-34 sitting down that OKW.
Oh, T-70, however, taken out by a mine, and Puma combo. T-34 now is trying to resist, but the Puma pursues.
Yeah, that's a big boy's gun as well, mixed with the baby AT gun, so...
Oh, his ammunition ignites, and he is a light on the battlefield.
Yikes, about big trades there. All of light vehicles of Helping Hands, they do survive. Elpen's already churned out another T-34, so... let's see if it's going to be as good as its predecessor. But what a pen! That was quite high range on the front arm of the P4. Yeah, P4 not doing good.
Those mines head constantly. And the T-34, the second one built, already climbed to 3 kills. The first one had a fantastic battle. By the way, the Puma's still alive. He only has Veteran C, nearly a Veteran C2. Not quite the Veteran C ascension that I predicted.
Hans has kind of forgotten about the unit, hasn't been using it as much, been using it very defensively, so its vet is mirroring that. But here we have some Storm Pioneers charging up the east-hand side. They're going to take
I'm getting the wipe, indeed.
Gun, yeah.
That T-34 again, Ed. Every time it makes its presence now. I know it's the second one built, but he's having some fantastic luck with them thus far. With
all Hans fans having shivers down their spine when the T-34 crashes into the MG-34 house, which puts it in danger territory of getting one-tapped.
Hans fans have been trained over many a year to see this game through the stream of luck that can be afforded. It's like the midichlorians in Star Wars, you know. Sometimes you have luck and sometimes you don't. And in this game, Helping Hands cannot find his luck. So
you make your own luck though in this game, and Elpen's positioning of all his AT guns, his support crews, as well as his T-34s, I think that's what made the fight happen. And Hans did not go for any kind of flank or surround through the middle, due to Adushka helping out there, so...
Puma's going for it, Ed! Going for that last penetrating kill! Oh, so close.
And it's going to be slightly tilting soon, I think.
Possibly. He's down on his position as well now. I tell you, he's a player that builds up a citadel and guards every entrance to it. And if that comes crumbling down around him, sometimes he's not the best at defending it. When he's on that last keep and you've gotten through the first line of defense.
At the end of the day, Teddy, that was woeful defending. Because I'm Alan Shearer.
What he needs to do is get in the box and kick it out. Cracking Alan. Thank you.
Schoolboy error, that for man. Schoolboy error.
Can't with anything with kids. You can't with anything with kids, Ed. And as we go through our cycle of British football commentary, it's a cliche. It certainly is a good analogy. Let's see if he can find some of his testicular fortitude, however, and rescue this situation. It does need a little bit of rescue.
It does have a lot of hope in that the Command Panther's only 20 fuel away. He's got the CPs for it, so Hans is sitting quite pretty in terms of that. And Command Panther does shred T-34s, especially with marked target ability. So Hans fans, don't give up hope just yet. Although Elpen, what I do like from his play this game is just the VP control, which has been really strong, especially against somebody like Helping Hands, who is ever mindful of the VPs.
Ooh, conscripts, running the gauntlet. They're not going to win. It's like the first round of Takeshi's Castle. Total wipeout there. But Luke's under duress now as the vetted M42 forces it away. Obersoldaten, oh my god, they're in a bad part of town. As the Panther makes its arrival. Let's just see if the Obersoldaten survive and then give the Panzer Kampfwagen 5 command tank the recognition it deserves. That beautiful camouflage and paint job.
well, the Ziz barrages have begun. It's like that Theoden theme in Helm's Deep. So it begins with the Ziz barrages. They already wiped 2 models of the MG34, but this is a lot of AT that Hans has just gone face into.
And like the Elvish army arriving at the crack of dawn with their archers, this Panther command tank can shoot like a sniper across the battlefield, Ed. So many games I've cast over the years, when this thing was OP between 2016-18, it's like every game that was guaranteed a Command Panther snipe from across the map. And we could be seeing that. They not in the book, did they? But they did in the film, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh my god! How did we both know this knowledge?
Hard. Anyway, right.
We both know this. How bad is that? We both know that in the book they don't turn up, but in the film they do. How bad is that? That's really. We need better lives, I think.
Rolling. But here we go. Another MG34 getting another.
Oh
the money
god!
shot.
This is gonna die.
I think he ran
No, the T-34's got him. The T-34's got him.
That's the old alley-oop basketball style. Set up the dunk with the T-34. It is going to be recruit though. You won't be able to hard destroy it. But now we're just looking at, yeah, good old OKW late game against Elpen's war machine that can just keep pumping out the product.
Damaged engine on this one, however. Where's the Command Panther? He's coming into vision. Oh, and he feels the T-34's got too far away now. Always late to the battlefield.
One of the best noises in the game at that Panther. It sounds so sexy. But
oh, that's a big penetration though.
Vet
3 now on the M42 had better rate of fire and penetration. Oh dear, oh dear.
No, that's a full-blown Ziz gun map.
So what does it get for the M42 then? Would you read the tooltips for me?
Yeah, Vet 3 on M42 would be improved weapon accuracy and pen. And on the Ziz, it's improved rate of fire and target penetration. So that's why this thing's dinging even at max range. That's scary for Hans. He needs to, I think, maybe go for another Ober and really give the GGs around pushing. There's a lot of weapon crews here.
No. My ego tells me to just politely say that I wasn't wrong then, but that's because I'm an ego monster, Ed. And you called me out! And I was technically right then, wasn't I? But no, I need to be able to control my ego, Ed. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it. Look at this line of AT guns. That's Puma.
I'm still coming back into the world. But no,
just can't let sleeping dogs lie, mate. I can't let them lie. I'm terrible.
Triple AT gun is all I see from Elfred, and that's waking me up. But also, no more second penal or the good merging conscript support. So Elpen's looking a bit thin on the ground here with his infantry and capping ability. HelpingHans could be turning the screw a bit. He did rebuild those vaults. They're yet to hit that one, but they'll come on strong, having 4 mainline infantry squads in the later game.
And also, Ed, these combat engineers are constantly going to be resourced into repairing the T-34s. He has no innate repair on this commander, of course. He's going to use the combat engineers to repair. He's only got 2 Dushkas, meaning his capping capabilities aren't going to be as strong as HelpingHans, who has 4 mainline infantry squads. And of course, 3, he's stolen a Dushka, 3 MGs. So yeah, Ed, that's going to be a tricky conundrum. We could see HelpingHans beat him on victory points.
Yep, and the cries for Stuka goes out in the peasants of chat. Let them eat cake, man. But I think a Stuka will be too much pop cap here for Hans once he reinforces all his crews and vaults. So we've got to see some poor sod die before if we're going to get a Stuka. Triple MG.
A lot of the chat play.
Snuck up on me.
Yeah, a lot of the chat, of course, play on all units 200 pop cap. So their game sense isn't tingling there. You know, 91 he's at 90. Only way to play. 91 pop cap as Hans, and that means his citadel has survived the first wall has now been rebuilt, Ed.
Yeah.
He's now sitting pretty in his keep.
Stalling for daybreak when Gandalf and all the warriors are going to charge down and help him out. But I think Hans has the advantage in infantry here, but Elpen now with a Katusha could definitely even up the score of that with a couple of good barrages. Twinned with 2 T-34s, one of them being Vet 2, Matt. So that's definitely to be sneezed at.
Look at this Command Panther going in. We also have Command Panther coordinated fire, otherwise known as marked target of the OKW. He was forced away. It's the Vet 3. That is the big daddy Zisgun. Comes into view.
We've had the same. We're getting in the same place the whole time for the last few minutes, and there's no armor over there. Cloaked
Really?
as well. That could be helping out, but Hans wants to do it the old-fashioned way. Tank on tank. Mano a mano.
He's basically playing World of Tanks right now. He might as well just cast Helping Hands as on board the Panther for the rest of the
Saving
cast.
up all his premium pay-to-win gold and putting it all in this command Panther. But the Puma now, Vet 2, could start doing some work at Vet 3, where it gets better weapon potency, basically more damage per shot against armor.
Do you know what we really need, Ed? And I completely agree with the likes of Ishtari in chat now. We've hazed them enough as more of those dastardly mines.
You need a few tequila slammers.
Oh, that'd be lovely. But no, we need indirect fire. And I don't often say that because I'm a 1v1 purist elite guy at heart. And I often cast 2v2 and I'm like whining about the amount of indirect fire. But just a little bit of it. And here we go. We have the Stalin organ with its first salvo on the field. Absolutely destroying that squad.
The Puma on the backside just to let us know its presence. Oof, that's going to help on the old veterancy gain.
It is. You know, I wasn't even aware that had been built, so I was starting to like bitch about the fact that we didn't have it. And then as soon as I see it, it kills something. That's cracking.
I even mentioned it, but never mind. Never mind.
Sorry, that's a underpowered casting.
Enacting the Victorian style of casting, where co-casters should be seen but not heard.
I'm sorry. What an interesting camouflage that is. That's very dirty. And what a kill that was. Can you confirm what squad it was that died by the tractor? Did you have it on cam? Was it a Folks?
Oh no, that was an MG crew. It didn't die.
Okay.
One model of Helping Hands blessed RNG got away somehow.
Fair enough. Thank you.
But it did clip the Puma, which was pretty funny, which hasn't been healed yet, and drove off to the most western point of the map.
Look at this. He's trying to burn him. Look at this. He was trying to burn. He was trying to burn him through the shed there, but the first grenadiers having none of it. They throw the grenades over the shed.
That mini game, dude. Find the Puma. Find the Puma for $1.
Oh my God, he's on the Katusha wiping mystery tour. He's gone for it.
Skulking along that western border. It's like a little Schmeagle who's gonna run in and grab the ring right at the end. Spoiler alert. But here we are with Command Panther now at Vet 1. So what does he get? Combat Blitz ability, of course. Yep. So could see some more dive potential from Hans. He's got a sneaky Luke's on covert movement. Clearing anti-personnel mines. New meta.
Dushka in the centres. Dushka's in this.
I just think it's a bit weird flex from Hans. He's got no indirect, so he can't clear this out. He's got a Puma just waiting in the wings. I think that's for a Katusha.
Dushka's in the centre, have been flanked there by the Foch Grenadiers. The infiltration nades come in. Force one of them away. The T-34s are having none of it. However, the Katusha's surely ready for its next salvo. Indeed it is. T-34s pushing it into the south. It seems like we've got a west-east split on Amelie Fields. It's not often you see that. And here comes the Katusha. The T-34s have found a position, and all these support weapons are an open target. And the overshot gets them, annihilating a lot of the veterancy of one of the machine guns.
Yep, down goes an MG-34, but Dushka is idle at base, ready to go. He needs to get it back out. Pronto. Oh, T-34 sniping from max range. Ketten's going to go down. Meanwhile, the Puma still sits in the wing. Where was the Puma when the west wall fell, man?
It was too far in the west, Ed, and the Katusha was in the east. Hans couldn't have predicted that. He couldn't predict it, and he tried to anticipate the Katusha's path and failed, meaning that his Puma was just out of combat. The Panther was left to defend the keep on its own.
You have to toss me, man. Oh wait,
no, not now, Ed. After the stream. After the stream.
But the league is in the build. Weird flex. I think this is just your gimped PopCap choice of some indirect, and it will maybe help him dislodge the Dushkas, the double Dushka dip.
Yeah, well, those Dushkas, Ed, those Dushkas have kept the central victory point for a long time now, and Hans has gone down as far as low as 185. So, yeah, it's not a bad idea because, of course, the ISG does have smoke. So he could at least try and get a cap off in the centre.
I just, all I can picture with this Puma, like, sitting in the window is Mel Gibson's face, you know, on Braveheart, with the filtering formation or whatever. Where he's like, hold, and he's gonna wait for the perfect time to.
Yeah, and the British are just like, oh, they'll never do anything like lower their spears. We're just stupid and evil.
Down like grass.
Su-85 tank destroyer makes its presence felt against infantry, just kind of announcing itself on the battlefield. The Puma still nowhere to be seen. This is not the Puma I expected from
I think the Puma just rage quit. He's just left his team. You know, he's a 4v4 player. He saw it wasn't going his way slightly on the DPs. He's out of there. Puma's left the game, folks.
Katusha with its third salvo. This time again against the support weapons. Oh, constantly causing issues. The ISG throws its first shots.
From downtown. Oh!
That was a double attack round, Ed. He did it with the Rakettenwerfer and with the Panther. Where was the Puma when we needed it most? Again, this thing's becoming a meme. Have you seen this Puma? Please ring.
$100 reward if you bring.
Oh, now look at the Lukes. The Lukes is using cautious movement. I hover over it, it says regular movement. It's using regular movement. Oh, he's going in from multiple angles.
It's just a regular game played by regular people.
Oh, the Lukes has been uncovered and it becomes regular now as the forces are massing in the centre. Alpern holding strong again, going for a cap. The LEIG smoke was used, allowing the Vet 5 poach grenades to come in with the infiltration nades as well. But what a shot from the T-34 and what an evasion by the Penal Battalion. It does not lose a single Soldaten.
Yep, and it chucks a Satchel.
Oh, Satchel!
Good order. What are you doing, Ascot?
Oh, God.
Oh, probably didn't get the grenade warning. I don't know, because he just heard the grenades from his own throwing. That can always be a thing. When you throw your own nades, they would only say it once for the next couple of seconds.
Yes.
There was a cooldown on the nade call out, you could say. I don't know, private detective N80 squirts. Second guessing everything here, but it could have just been good old brain AFK.
He's going for the LAIG as well. There is a mine there. He needs to be careful. Look, that's the AT gun.
Oh,
wall.
Puma's coming to action like totally wrong time. He did not need to swim.
Man.
Didn't wait for the 5th day at daybreak. And gets absolutely slapped by a T-34. Oh, Vet 3 now.
And the Katusha now insult to injury. Here I was all the while. And I'm now firing on your base exit. Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh, was this the Katusha, you man?
Oh, this one? You wanted this? Oh, look at this AT guns as well. They found the Schwerpanzer headquarters and they're demolishing it.
And it's
what a game.
Spotting Su-85, so it can spot for the AT guns.
Talking of which, though, he's still in pizza slice mode and the Faust was threatening. Oh, Luke's just hits Veterancy 4 as it's been absolutely destroyed. AT guns need to go stationary, however. Can the Su-85 do the damage? Command Panther comes into position.
This is looking all Alpen now, folks. HelpingHans. Called him the Giant at the start. It's been hacked down to size by the Lumberjack and Alpen.
Let's watch a sneaky replay of the Satchel moment. Here it is. As Ed rightfully analyses, he may have had one grenade warning, but he may not have had the second. And the timer ticked down for imminent destruction.
Oh, the bug splat equivalent of your squads. A good old Satchel charge. And Alpen has made this hodgepodge of a mix between penals and conscript. This weird old build, just backed up with a backbone of Dushkas. He's made it work so well, Matt, and relied heavily on the T-34s. And they've paid their dues and then some.
Look at the kills on them as well. 19 on this one, Ed. Got 20 on, well, 19 and a vehicle kill on the other. Rakettenwerfer is not going to be able to get any sort of gap off in the centre. Hans' victory points are slowly bleeding out. And Alpern is just so far in the ascendancy. Let's check out the stats and see that he's actually pulled ahead on KD. That's never a good position to be against Soviets as OKW.
I see a tree flying across my screen.
Lovely.
Tree beard trying to get involved. But the thing about Hans, I'd say in this game is he went for a little bit of everything. You know, he's going for that Philly cheesesteak style of build order. And he didn't double down on any overs. He didn't really commit to any one area of assault where he's going to really punish Elpan. Yeah, it's just allowed Elpan, even though he didn't have map control at some points in the game, he always had VP control.
Seen Katusha's on the centre, Fostra, and he is destroyed. Obersel Darton get away with their infiltration nades, but that was another big squad wipe for Hans. He's losing squads consistently now. Vet 3 T34 is tempting the anti-tank forces of Hans into position, but for the AT guns which are coming into the centre, Alpern is dominant at the moment.
This is where the Luke's late game now just becomes an APM sink.
Yes.
Near enough useless at this stage, and you actually waste more time worrying about trying to keep you alive than it actually doing any damage. But T-34s could hit a mine here, Matt.
It is. Is it a... it doesn't need to be a bait.
Oh,
there you go. There's your long-range snipe that you wanted there, that you always see.
There from Melbourne, like, really,
but look at his population, mate. He was at 100 when he did that, and he had 750 manpower and 160
like
fuel.
T-34 crew.
No.
Off to the gulags then.
They were found writing a funny haiku about Stalin and paid the price.
Fair enough. We'd all do the same.
SU-85 reverses away. Katusha's back into position. You have to pan down the camera to get a bit more of this into your field of view, because this is getting one of those long-range affairs. Super late game situations as the SU-85 is hit by the Rakettenwerfer. T-34 comes into body block. Oh, and misses the second shot.
Bamford, as damaged as it is, he's going to have to try and help out here. At long range, he's got a...
Oh, Raketten's in a bad part of town. Katusha's second salvo could catch him. Oh, lucky escape.
You're never safe against that thing. The Katusha's so strong. 4 volleys of rockets each time. And Vet 2 now, so quicker cooldown.
Like a monkey.
Shell accuracy and rate of fire.
Like a monkey throwing its own excrement at a bus full of school children at Chester Zoo. You never know who it's going to hit. The Katusha is a rampant primate beast. And here we go, another Zis barrage on the Obers. Can he finish him off? The penals are suppressed, however. Doesn't look likely. You never know what could happen with the T-34. An errant shell, perhaps. No, looks safe for now. And Stuka Zufu's chat gets their wish. We were derisory of it. The uprising, they're uprising. They don't want to eat bread anymore. They want that cake. They want that juicy, juicy cake.
They're going to get a Stuka. I don't know how much work it can do alone against such reckless amount of squads and support weapons and tanks of Elpen. He might have just been out of
it's
ideas,
a Hail Mary.
and just thought, the hell with it. One big Stuka barrage might get me back in this, but folks, try to hold strong on the mid VP.
Here's another big Katusha barrage. This thing's getting constant reloads. Oh god, they're running through it. The overshot on the second barrage there could have even got him there. The only thing, Ed, that Hans still has is... Indeed, the only thing that HelpingHans still has is the Command Panther. If you can keep it alive, you need to keep it alive, but it's frontal armor penetrations. Oh my god, what is happening? Every shot, Ed, as the Command Panther gets away. Oh, but gets a parting blow. Oh, yes.
It wasn't quite all stars aligning for the every shot is penetrating.
I don't understand the frontal armor of the Panther. It gets penetrated by everything, Ed. Kappa. Stuka Zafus comes down. Oh, where's that salvo at? Down the tracks. But nothing to be found. He's a very, very sad Stuka today. He was given a big arrival. And he's just late war German tech that has no ability to do anything.
That's my kind of Stuka. Need Vicky rifle on that thing. To guard of Stuka barrages, but I think the Command Panther though slowly getting to Vet 3, Matt.
That's all I'm saying. The only thing that Hans can do is somehow, good wipe there by the way, somehow this Command Panther starts sniping units, tanks namely, left, right and centre, but with this Katusha, it's he's going to have to kill that for certain.
But Elpen at least committed to support weapons like loads
oh
of
dear!
Hans is
Oh my lord, what an assassination by the Su-85 there. Luke's eviscerated. Hans does not need that right now.
Focus sight being used perfectly there from Alpen's. Self-spotting 80. Oh, it's a dangerous combo, but snipe the Luke. At least Hans won't have to worry about that Luke sound. Concentrate on his other units. But what I was saying, Alpen went ham on the old support weapons and just stuck with it and backed it up with T-34s. Hans went for a sprinkling of
T-34
everything.
here.
He
Tell you what, he's
one of
getting really
everything and it didn't
cheeky.
work.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Red. I'm
It's
getting a bit
done
too
now.
excited over this game. It's a
done
real
now,
good
don't
one.
admit.
Yeah, it's all
Oh,
happening.
this is gonna-
Stern Pioneers trying to get into the centre there, Ed. They were trying their hardest to cap, but they couldn't get it off. Command Panther on the east. What do you see, Ed?
See T-34 in trouble, but it will not matter because it's got another T-34 brother and Su-85 backing him up. I don't think Hans needs to push this one.
No, he doesn't want to push with the Su-85, does he? He doesn't care. He wants in on this. He wants to get rid of the only saving grace of HelpingHans' army. Consolidate the forces.
Hans desperately needs to get another Volk, I feel. Then he's got the fuel for another tank down the stretch, but he needs another snare here. Alpen's doing some crazy dives with his T-34, trying to end this game. Respect to him. And 40 VPs now for Hans. Another wasted Stuka barrage on his own kind of line.
His own folks grenadiers.
Yeah, the old Brit creeping barrage in a Stuka kind of way. He does opt for the second Volk, so he needs to get to that other VP Toronto. Whereas the 1 HP flamethrower does the deep
Yes! Forced away by the Stern Pioneer. Forced away by the Stern Pioneers in the west as the Command Panther comes back into the centre to watch on as the Dushka is eviscerated, losing its veterancy too, most likely. But that's how desperate Hans is getting now. 27 victory points remaining. Dushka down.
And that's Penal's collecting it up now. So it's going to be a strong Dushka squad. Oh no, denied. Alpen doesn't want any of his own guns back.
He kills it, does he? Yep.
Yeah, he hard killed it. Panther has been sneaking.
Stern Pioneers in the west dead, getting destroyed. That shell went through them. I swear to God, it went through them. Oh dear.
Another T-34 bug splat of a squad. Whereas Hans now desperately needs repairs and just lost the Stern Piles.
Oh, Command Panther! Is it burning up? Oh, it's just about alive still. Oh my.
1 HP. It gets a snare off on the T-34. That could be crucial, actually.
We've got a tank there that could take it out. The Katyusha's coming in for the kill on the Volks Grenadiers and the Rakettenwerfer. Alpen's just sitting on the victory points. He wants to get this game in the bag. HelpingHans is a wounded animal right now, and Alpen's coming in for the kill, but he's... Even a wounded animal is still dangerous.
1 HP Command Panther is actually going for the T-34 on the west-hand side, man.
Oh, he misses! T-34 can do it!
The day of RNG for Hans, but he's going to run out of victory points.
Gets the killing blow on the T-34. Moral victory there. All these AT guns have been wasted very recently, but it does not matter because victory points are the only thing that matters when you get this far into a game. 3 are ticking down, and Alpen's going to start this series by taking one of the best players company here has ever seen. Down 1-0. Alpen is your new god, apparently. And welcome back to our faces. Ed, what do you make of that game? That was a cracker, wasn't it?
Just the Giant Slayers keeps on rolling. Loveness yesterday, HelpingHans today. Alpen is on a roll, but take nothing away from Hans. I think he got stuck in well there. He just fell short of his kind of own indecision. He didn't commit to any one strategy. He tried to get like one infantry gun, one oboe, a very late one Stuka.
Yeah.
P4 that just did nothing, sadly, for him except hit a mine and then get taken out. So I think a lot of things didn't go his way, but he needs to not focus on that. He needs to focus on the factors he can control. He is allies next game. He will get another commander pick due to this tour, and he as soon as you use that commander once, it's taken away. So we'll have to see how he bounces back. This is a best of 5, remember. Elpen on the other side of the fence can't get too giddy, can't get too
No.
excited after 1 win. He's still got to do the job of 2 more games. And I don't know. I think Helping Hands over a long stretch or a long series is going to be a tough opponent to beat. So, yeah.
I've seen him make so
Bring it
many
on.
comebacks in history. By the way, I'm just going to go over to my casting screen. There's one thing I need to fix, but don't worry about that, guys. We're going to continue talking. Yeah, Helping Hands has had loads of comebacks in his history. He is known for it. He did some good work in GCS too. He got a lot further than some other more highly seeded players I seem to recall. And he always, people seem to forget. He is sometimes seen as a meme because he's the only pro streamer and he gets really ragey and he plays a lot of team games. But he is actually like, he's a former world champion kind of thing. So, you know, you can't sniff at him and certainly showing his pedigree, but so is Alpern, and that's the biggest story of this tournament. We've got a new player on the scene. We've seen the likes of Seeking and other players get really good recently, Quiritz, for example, but Alpern seems to be a little bit of a step above. He's challenging that proven elite level, knocking out Loveness yesterday, and now he's 1-0 up against Helping Hands, so credit to him. Credit to him indeed.
Yeah, so as we see back, have we got any early reports in from the other series? How the other competitors are getting on, or?
Yeah, go and check it out. I'm just, as I say, I'm just fixing this
Gonna
one thing. If
refresh,
you're on YouTube,
yep.
by the way, I'm going to upload this as one block on YouTube. We're going to go to, we'll have little break screens in between, but you'll have the timestamps of the games as well. So if you need to jump ahead, please do so. But can you hear the ice cream band? Can you hear it very faintly?
Yeah.
Oh, mate, it's
Nice.
doing a block around where I live, and my window's wide open, taunting
want
me.
one.
I can't blame you. I can't blame you.
Ice cream. Good old Donald. What's his name? Forrest Jump. Forrest Gump.
Trump. That's an interesting new film. There
Did
it
have
is,
a red hat on it, didn't he, back in the day? Maybe he foresaw
certainly
it. I may not be a smart man, but I know what ice cream is, man.
Oh god. Just getting this into position. Then I can finally rest easy that my stuff is working again.
What, your scores update and all that?
Yeah, there was a pesky element that I bloody forgot to fix. I'm just fixing it all now so the guys can... nobody's telling me, oh, look, the Tigers +1 or something. It was the thing yesterday. I'll probably not do this now, but oh well. We've got nothing else to do. Ed, if you were a procaster, you'd completely cover for me right now, but oh well. I'm not blaming you. I just did, though, didn't I? Oh, no, I bastard. Right, plus alt, hide school, right, apply. Surely this should work now. Let's get this on the go. There's the replay for you. That's working. And yeah, we will be heading into game 2 in a second, guys. Did this instead of a little break, so no breaks for Ed and I, apparently. Ever.
No looting for Slavniki. Fair enough.
Yeah, sure.
That was quite the game 1, though, to
oh my god,
get into, to start off with. Like, whoa, help on the guard.
Yeah, certainly.
Been practicing away, though. You can't take it away from him. He's been smashing the chess and the KO2 streams. Check him out on Twitch if you haven't already, and see the new rising of the Zuma generation of KO2 players.
Is he a Zuma? It's like 24, isn't he? Yeah. God, we can call him a Zuma, and we're boomers. That's really depressing, isn't it? That's working. I'm happy with that. We've got that working again now. Cracking. Let's see if this second game is available. It is. And it's got 4 minutes until it's live, so we get a little bit of a break, Eddie boy. I believe the players have taken a break. And now, everybody, Ed and I are going to go get a drink, and you're going to be treated to some slides.
I'm not going to everything you need to know.
Go on, Ed.
He said,
go on, son.
He said he wanted a beer when I went to Tesco's, because I said, want anything, boys? I'm off to the shops. So I'm going to go get a beer in his honor.
Just join my lobby, and yeah, go beer up, and then we'll be straight back, guys.
Oh, lobby.
Thank you.
Yeah, send the invite, and I'll...
Yeah, no props. You can do that later anyway. It's all good.
Okay, cool.
See you later, dudes. See you in about 3 minutes. Hello there and welcome. As we hear, I think Ed was laughing. Did you get a funny Brit announcer? Because I got, wash your ears out or just wanking make you deaf. Did you get a good one?
No, I didn't get any like that, but no, just the video, man, makes me chuckle. Like when the comments in chat, it's like you're impersonating Batman, but also Terminator at the same time. It's making a new hybrid.
If I was impersonating Batman, I'd be one of those, imposter Batmen from like I think it's the first Batman film. It's like, I'm also a Batman. I'd be one of those guys.
Right. Yeah, I'll be a little Robin in spangly yellow tights or whatever
Please
the hell.
no.
But just for the lols. Good cosplay though.
We have something very hype that's just been seen. Not only is it Helping Hands' illustrious, famous Brits, we have Alpern with the elite armoured doctrine, a Sturmtiger as possibly the vanquisher of many a Helping Hands Tommy squad in the late game, if we get that far. Because Hans right now is going to be a very, very annoyed and jilted Helping Hands. He had a bit of bad luck in that game, but a lot of good play against him because Alpern was playing a Stormer. And he's got a lot of work to do, Head.
Yeah, Hans the boy has insta locked in as you see though, so that will be slightly less work because this unit is hella strong in the early game. So just sit back, relax, and it will drop models, especially.
Yeah, let's just let's watch the UC cast the rest of the game, I guess. Ed, we'll just get on board and make it a film about the UC.
It's actually us inside that UC because we just know we're so safe. What's up, man? I can't hear of the Vickers. But the
I'd so make you the driver. Just like in Halo, I'd be the gunner. Come on, Ed, you drive us around. Get me closer. I want to hit him with my sword.
I'll get one tapped in the face while you get all the head kills. But the little opener here for Alpern, not bothering with an early truck. We did see a video go up from Tightrope recently on YouTube with this 2-2-1 rush strategy, but Alpern chooses 3 Volks before the truck, so interesting build order there. More, bit more solid, less YOLO for map control there, build order. And UC's in a bit of trouble with SCGs on the rear armor map.
Yeah, Alpern's just starting to go small arms fire against him. Good work there, but the first unit is really low on health now. That's the only problem. And the infantry sections of Hans, as I say, Hans is probably one of the best Brit players the game's ever seen. You may have like Jove and Isildur, but Hans was the first player to win a tournament playing as Brits way back in the day. Aimstrong just cried her death. I forgot that he did it first. My bad. Okay, he was the second player ever.
Quirits is quite nifty with Brits, as we saw yesterday.
Yes.
But Hans is the OG, the original. Living up to his own British self. But here we go. 2-2-1 already in the build. Vickers already in the upgrade for the Universal Carriers, so it's going to be a clash of the mini Titans.
The mini Titans, isn't that just normal-sized people? The clash of the normal-sized people.
Look, I had an Alan Shearer-esque thought in my head, and I had to just go through with it.
I can cast as Alan Partridge,
John
if you like,
Watson.
and you cast as Alan Shearer. Here we go, we've got first credits with vintage Car 98 fire.
I don't even want to oppose
Mines here, by the way, 2 shoe mines. This UC's days are numbered. Oh, it was in the middle of them. It doesn't know how close it is to death. Stern Pioneers will backpedal here. They're going to backpedal rather than hard retreat because they want to tempt the UC in. But the 2-2-1 makes its presence felt, and now Hans knows he's going to want a Firefly or 2 6-pounders or whatever he needs to get rid of Sturmtiger later on.
Alpern's mine placement. They went for the next level Bobby Fischer strat mines of the retreat paths of infantry, but could have just laid one on the road there, and that would have been good night Vienna for the Universal Carrier.
Oh, Vienna. Fortunately is forced away in the west. 2-2-1's been a pesky fellow in the centre, allowing Alpern some excellent capping right now. And don't forget that this is a cut-off for that Eastern Fuel, and he's also taking the Eastern Fuel for good measure. So early game dominance on the map from Alpernosaurus.
Yeah, but look at the squads of his, the HP of the squad, so he's going to have to get on home for some nice healies, which might be built now. Yep, it is battle group for Alpern. Nice. I prefer this to mechanized due to the the long effect of what healing gives you, and also the munitions it provides and frees up for your squads to get the STG upgrades earlier. So
When I
like
get
this
that
pickup.
healing, that battle group healing. I'm not gonna make love to you. Don't
Heal
worry,
you
it's
up
fine.
enough.
I mean, you know, get onto the battlefield quicker and kill more British people.
You gotta listen to the big brass band version of that song. It's amazing. I don't know where. I think they're from like Brixton or something, but yeah, they did a really good cover of that. Anyway,
back in reality, indeed, as we have the Vickers, the two Tommies, and the Royal Engineers going for the fuel in the east. But how long has Alpine had double fuel for now? For a good half a minute and counting.
Yep, he's chilling like Matt Dillon on penicillin with 33 fuel per minute. The 221 should be able to become a 223 very soon. If he chooses to do it. Maybe he's just going to big balls it and leave it as a 221 for life.
With a FUG 12 radio set as a possibility as well. And
does it change its weapon profile when it upgrades? Does it actually get worse?
But as soon as you realise that all of the armoured cars for the Germans in this game look like Brum or something off Pixar's Cars, they all have smiley faces and little eyes. He's a sleepy little fellow, isn't he? Oh god, he came right at me then. Thought I was on follow camera mode.
Full set of headlight teeth. Yeah, it does look like
it does! As soon as you see it, you can't unsee it. I went for a multi-generational reference there. I went for Brum for the really old people and Cars for the young people. So we're an inclusive community here. As let's get back into military-style World War II-esque tactical casting as the Stern Pioneers going west. It's their own mines they traverse over, so they'll be absolutely fine indeed. The UC's now climbed to its... How many kills is that? 5? Not bad.
Already Ved one. This thing is a monster in the early game. But no... we could see a flag half-track, but I think we're just going to see a simp until tier 4.
Raspberry Beret coming out for Helping Hands from the north. The Air Assault Officer, as he's now titled, is
this is a strong
the field.
unit, Matt. It gets stronger. Like at Ved 2, I think it becomes 5-man. Oh, this thing is hell to deal with, especially in close quarters. P-Gren on roids.
got LGM in chat saying it was as a child he was terrified of the animated series Brum. I think it was live action actually, and it gave him dark garage of uncanny cars with faces. He had sinister nightmares. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh. Well, let's be out there for LGM. He's a moderator in my chat for some reason, so he must be a good guy. So let's not, no more Brum references, Ed. You've been told once.
Alright. That's like a LGM, yeah.
Oh, Raketenva finds the UC, forcing it away. AECs have been requisitioned. We do have Ed's wish. It's a 2-2-3 now with the rad set.
I let my sister play Code 2 once, Matt, and
yeah.
I think I did the mouse and she did the keys, and she just retreated all my units whenever she could to troll me, and LGM absolutely destroyed us in an auto match. So it's pretty funny.
Well, to be honest, it's probably the time you lost the least squads, maybe. Had probably the least amount of map. Focus Grenadier is under duress, but the 2-2-3 watches on and helps them out. Where next for Helping Hands, Ed? This is an incredibly varied build order for Brits. Oh, it's the AC, of course. Yeah. A little bit of ironic, attempted irony. If you think I'm an absolute idiot in chat, you know.
We never see the Ak rush. Like, Ak against OKW is so good.
Mate, do you know how I accidentally said Hans was the first guy to win a tournament as Brits? The actual first player was just before your time of watching the game, Ed. There was a player called Aimstrong. In Operation Charlie Fox, the first big, like, community tournament in 2015, he literally found out the Centaur was the most powerful unit in the game. Nobody else realised. And he just Ak rushed every single game and won. Like, every single one. He just built this Centaur. It was so hilarious.
I mean, anyway. Look what you've got one Rakeden at the moment. An Ak, if you skipped that AEC, an Ak would be coming out in 2 minutes. Still only be against a Rakeden. Like, Alpen can't tech up that fast. And he hasn't even got the Schwer out yet, so bit of a delayed tech. What I did like from Hans in the game 1 was he was so fast to get a Schwer out and get those overs and get him upgraded with STDs. That was a really positive move from him, but he just wasn't able to follow it up with much more committal.
I think Alpern is genuinely building towards the Sturmtiger here. He's got a really long drive build order. He's got, of course, the RAD for better reconnaissance. He's got the 4 squads for good map capping, and yeah, he's not exactly playing the long-haul endurance game. He seems to have a really nice risk profile, does Alpern. Much like the kind of player like Love Nest is. He's not too defensive, not too offensive. He's got that sweet spot. And but in this game, he certainly seems to be in it for the long haul, Ed.
Calculated dives. And we just saw the right amount of aggression in game 1. He tried to go and close off the game once he knew all the VPs were secured, and he could just go and send Hans into a panic, really.
Oh, the AC's good, sending this 2-2-3 into a panic right now. He's gone in for him. He's got a rear armor hit. He's also got a heat damaged engine, and gets the kill.
Play there, like, I've not normally used that snare shot because it's less damage, but there he set up his own kill, so that was a good play. I think he needed the snare in the end to ensure the kill, so well played there from Hans.
I know it's called target tread, but the icon it gives is the overheated engine. I've never fully understood that. Surely there should be a tread with like a target sign. This game is unplayable. It's an unplayable mess, Ed. Rakettenwerfer forcing him away.
It was an M61 armor-piercing cap round, but there you go. We learn something every day. It sounds very American, actually, M61.
Probably was, yeah. They had so many M designations. It was actually Winston Churchill that started to name, of course, American tanks, Lend-Lease tanks, after Civil War generals, didn't he? He had the Sherman and the Lee, and etc.
Yeah.
So that's where they came from, because the Brits were sick of trying to call everything M.
Oh, yeah. I love that. I used to call it the Manly tank, because he had to be an absolute Chad to build it. It had like 5 different guns on it, but none of them.
You know what
pointed
the Russians
in the right
called
way.
it? The Russians called it a coffin for 7 men, because it took 7 men to operate. It had such a high profile, and it was just a terrible weapon in the
You need
Eastern
like
Front.
10 gunners in it.
Yeah, like one of those World War I tanks, you know.
But it got replaced, didn't it? In I remember in Sahara, fun fact, or out in the El Alamein, all the Allied tanks would get destroyed before they get over the brow of a hill.
Yeah.
So the actual Matilda tank and Valentine's came into its own and were better than the Shermans because they had that lower profile, you know, stubby style, low down to the ground, and they were actually the preferred choice out there in that battle. And I'd love to see that whole theatre of war as an option in Code 3.
Oh, that would be awesome, Dad. That would be absolutely awesome indeed. As we see there, indeed, the Rakettenwerfer forcing away the UC. No follow-up, though. He couldn't get close enough for a Faust, but Alpern is the wolf at the door right now. Hans' machine gun's getting forced away. The Tommy's an assault officer trying to hold strong. Stern Pioneer's low on health, however.
Yeah, it's going to get away with the Stern Pioneers. Great pick up there for Alpern. T-Cruise, the MG, could go and snatch it, but the assault officer is their team at, and you don't want to go near that.
AC's going in for a squad wipe here as well. He's using that coaxial machine gun. Try and kill the Volksgrenadier. Can he do it? Yes, he can. He's got the squad wipe. Meanwhile, bloody hell, the assault officer's up to 10 kills. He's going ham on all the support weapons.
This is amazing. He's nearly bet.
Oh, no.
Already, dude.
And there's a Volksgrenadier very low on health as well. The AC could finish the job on him. Now, where's the follow-up? We have the Schwer Panzer headquarters been upgraded, but it's outside the veil of fire now. AC, a lot of health remaining on that first grenade. Should be fine.
Alpern resecures his Raked and had enough, folks. Real good concentrated blob play there from Alpern, because with OKW you have to do it. It's like a prerequisite.
Oh, MG34 down. That wasn't good play, and Hans is picking him up here. He's using a long stretch.
Raked as well up north, so the second crew did not retreat on the Raked. I don't know what Alpern was busy with, but Hans could really clean up here in the northwest and get his Vickers back and the Raked from the enemy. Alpern down to just infantry now.
Look at this. This is the long trail of tears for Alpern. Oh my god, all the way down this stretch. Let's put some anthemic music on and just... what's Adagio for strings go like, Ed? Could you hum it for us, please? From Platoon.
Oh no, I'm not gonna. It's too
early.
Early.
It's sad anyway. It's very sad indeed. You need to get more beer in you, mate. This is a perfect cinematic moment. But as we should see...
I've got my cello on me.
You actually play cello? What grade were you? 8 or something?
enough of them as a kid.
Enough
yeah,
addiction.
enough.
So for the
But,
finals next weekend, confirmed Ed is going to get his cello.
Gonna go full Yo-Yo Ma on everyone. No, I just think Hans, like, he was a wounded beast after that first game. I just think, in his mind, not at most, but in his mind, he would just think everything was against me. My P4 got wrecked so early on. T-34s one-shotted everything. I think now he's regained his composure as his favorite Brits section. And he's just going to town on Elpen here. But Elpen still with 300 odd VPs. It's been good on that front, so still very much in this. Could be a Sturm Tiger coming up in 30 fuels time. It's very near the very low CP requirement. It's complete sleeper, like no one picked up on it, but Sturm Tiger is only 8 CPs.
Look at this stolen Rakettenwerfer now, Ed. He's going after the Schwer and this logistics chain around the Schwer as well. Those barrels and stacks and stuff. And it does indeed look like we're heading towards the Sturmtiger. So if any majors or generals from the Patreon system want to sponsor the Sturmtiger, it's a first-come, first-served basis in chat. We'll put it that way. First to actually hear this and say it in chat gets it. There's about 25 of you, so I'm sure one of you's out there.
Question though, can you make a Sturm Tiger without...
A Fury is on it. Without a Schwer. We might not ever see it. He's going to go for a Panzer IV instead. But a Fury's claimed it if we do indeed see one.
Gonna mincemeat this. He needs to save for that Sturm. I think it's one-click ability.
Oh, he's not going to be able to get it though. Oh dear, oh dear.
The manpower for the Sturm Tiger. No, Elpen getting deleted by his own AT gun on one of Hans's.
Oh, we're not even going to see it.
They're still attacking ground, rubbing salt into the wounds. Like, no, must deny the fuel. There he goes. He denies the carcass for the 5 fuel. That is HelpingHans proficiency.
Oh dear, oh dear. This is HelpingHans becoming the brutally efficient war machine we know him to be in tournaments. And Alpern's had a good game one. Seems that allies are very good for these players, it seems, so far. Let's look at this bathtub there. I mean, he definitely needs to get inside that and just start to cleanse himself of this game too, because it's not gone his way for Alpern.
But Reddit said Axis OP, Matt, so surely
do they? Was Reddit the meme now? You've never been on the Reddit.
Mate,
you know, that was my entrance to the community, you know. I was the moderator on the Reddit, and that was like my little thing. Do you want me to tell you a funny story? I went to Game Weekend Rule, Eurogamer Expo, right? This is a true story, in 2013. And I posed as media to get in, as the Reddit correspondent. I was the moderator on Reddit, and I got an interview with 2 Relic employees before they realised that I was just a dweeb off the internet, and I got a full interview off them about Company Heroes 2, and they told me loads of stuff that was off record as well. I was like,
no.
That's how I got in.
You had it in you. Nice.
And Alpern drops from the game as A tells a terrible anecdote. And
18 mins of destruction.
Oh dear, oh dear. Let's have a little look at the stats. Look at that KD at 72 to 30. Oh my.
Bounce back was very much there for Hans, and yeah, it seemed like he even had space to grow even more there. So Elpen now, knowing that game one was not a fluke, that was tough.
Oh dear.
Tough to see.
And
28 kills to 73 losses. Feels OKW versus Brits, man. I don't know who got to choose faction that round first, but yikes. Did not work out for Lord Elpon there.
It certainly did not. As let's get over to game 3 in one moment. Once we've had time to... I was just trying to flick through the players, but I've messed my... you can't do that, unfortunately. But there you go. There's Elpern's forces, and he lost... He actually didn't lose that many Focus Grenadiers throughout the battle. He only lost the 1. It's not that shabby, but you've got to just hand it to HelpingHans. He just was methodical in his destruction there, so well played to him.
Couldn't take out any models of Hans's infantry sections, and hand it to HelpingHans there. The landing officer was amazing.
It really was
such an inspired choice, and proved the difference in the infantry war. And as soon as OKW can't blob and win that way through the infantry engagements, they do fall back pretty hard, and it's the old pork and swear outside your base. It's always suspect to getting taken out by AT guns, and Hans jumped on the opportunity well, took it with both hands. And
nice
there
pun.
we go.
Nice and inadvertent pun. But the infantry sections, as always, is just so damn bloody powerful. We've got people asking me to check my Discord PMs, so let's just get back over to Gamer Vision with mine and Ed's glorious faces.
Gamer Vision.
Gamer Vision, indeed.
God.
Go
Need,
to our
like,
OnlyFans channel
in
for the nude version of this cast.
Yeah, that's tier 3 only, boys and girls. Should have saved the 223. Yeah, I think the game was already up there, the Chatterino. I think the build order of Hans was solid, especially introducing that officer. New shiny officer. Ripped through Elpen's lines there. But at least Elpen's got a lead armor Duffman Simp doctrine out of the way. He doesn't have to choose that anymore this round. And hopefully we can see some Austere in Game 3. Haven't seen them yet today. No hat club on... Yeah, in Stoke, they're not allowed hats by local law, Copton. Recently introduced by our saviour, Boris Johnson. Yippee.
Oh, God. Everybody, stay indoors, but go outside unless it's absolutely not wearing a hat on a Tuesday. Your third uncle is allowed in on a Friday, but you cannot have a house cat present. Hopefully that's all understood. Everyone knows what they're doing. Great.
Thank you for clarifying that. It's local law, man. Local laws.
And now it's all localized as well. It was hard enough when it was Wales with different...
like London is totally different to somewhere else. Say like Brighton or whatever is super strict. London, no one's even wearing masks or whatever during this.
Really?
Lockdown.
Isn't London like the megatropolis?
Really.
Shouldn't they be most...
Everyone's just kind of given up on it. It's weird. But yeah, so it's a bit confused.com is the UK at the moment on...
The only way we can survive the virus is if we all die. None of us can die from the virus if we're all already dead. Big brain thinking.
We're gonna outdie this virus. Yes, that's how we'll beat it. But yeah, so yeah, it really does vary, I guess, from whether you're rural, urban area, you know. But I haven't been home since January 8th. So yeah, lockdown kind of. I hope we get through this thing sharpish, as I'm sure we all feel.
Zarok with his ever-present nihilistic view on the world. Guys, we're now heading to a different map, but it is worth noting that Amelie Fields will be fixed before the next weekend. This map, through tournament play, it was headed for auto match only a week ago, but that got delayed, and the map makers have a little bit more time to get everything ready now, and it's a good job they did because players have noticed multiple bugs on Amelie Fields with regards to territory sector connection. So that's all getting fixed for next weekend. I just got a few pings from the refs on what they're doing there. I just said, wait a little while, then fix it, because we need to obviously have replays available for casters and such. But yeah, guys, welcome to the stream if you're joining now. I realise a lot of people take about 2 hours to join the stream and they always miss the first few games, but you might be American and we can't fault you on that. It's not your choice. It's just how things have worked out for you. Let's have a little look
The
around.
spawn lottery of the game of life.
It's a good spawn, to be fair. It's a good spawn. A lot of liberty. You can then you could be born into a trailer park. So it's difficult. It's difficult. We have had literally. This is true now. We have hit maximum patronage throughout our community. There's only 97 of you that are going to put in $5 a month to keep these prize pools big. Just 97 absolute chads. The rest of you might have financial concerns. I'm not going to ask for your money to create these prize pools unless you have it. But if you do have it, no excuses. You want to see this entertainment continue? I'm sure some of those 97 chads want to cycle out and not have to keep paying $5 a month at some point. So if you want to cycle in and tag in, that would be much appreciated. And as together, as a cohesive, synergetic organism, we will destroy humanity. We will keep we will keep these tournaments going for as long as we possibly can. So
one of those UK propaganda kind of posters, like, we need you to fund Kotu.
We do. And people might think, oh, why don't you have sponsors or whatever? To be honest, it's better to keep it in the community. I think it's better to use our own money. The average age of a fan is 25 to 30, so we all have a bit more money than the kids that watch MOBAs. So we can actually afford to just keep it in-house, have a good laugh. We can have me
What
and Ed
about all our
casting.
Fall Guys tournaments that we're setting up?
Oh yeah, Relic and Sega are putting down, aren't they? They're having another big one where we have to wear shirt and ties and
Oh yeah, yep, yeah. That's coming up probably what, October, November,
it's
maybe.
November, yeah. Big
November,
tournament coming in
nice.
November.
Yep.
And
It'll
we're
be on your
thinking
screen when you load up Code 2.
it is on the screen, isn't
I
it?
did get a little hipster Camden Pale Ale in honor of
Nice.
Lord Elpern. I did get him a beer for him, but it didn't seem to help him in game 2. So God knows what went on there. But game 3 looks to be very spicy indeed. HelpingHans now in the groove. It seems game 1 he was caught cold by Elpern, and
So,
they can both settle down now for game 3.
some people are asking, would bigger prize pools attract more players to go to? It's already working, mate. We're having much bigger community tournaments, $1,000 for first place every 2 months, which is unheard of in our community. It used to be we'd have one $1,000 tournament in a year. Now we're having 6. And we're also having obviously this huge world championship event, which is a $20,000 in total, probably something like that prize pool. It was $10,000 for the winner last year, and you do see a lot of people join. A lot of people watch, for example. I can only speak for myself. My YouTube comments are always like, "Oh wow, I found this game. How do I play it?" People do love tournaments. They do bring people in. Watching the best players in the world play it really well is going to bring people in for certain. Always does.
Yeah, and it's quite a tight knit community as well. I mean, just look at yesterday. After we cast, for example, we hosted over. Well, you did, Matt, to Ricky, and he enjoys a good cast, and he'll host over to say Bao Liang, who's also can be casted. So, it's definitely growing. There's more people interested in all aspects of the game. There's Magpie and Imperial Dane, Tightrope, constant YouTube content providers and broadcasters. So, yeah, you can only say like it's on the up at the moment. Co2. You look at the player base as well. It hasn't rescinded and melted away like other RTS games, say Men of War, did. So they must have done something right, or Matt has done something right, and has kept it very much alive. This game, and I think as it builds a bit of progress towards Code 3, hopefully, whenever that comes out, these tournaments will provide a lot of entertainment along the way with the Code 2 setup with quite an old engine now, but it still works so well.
It's
That's why we
beautiful,
love
and
it.
modern PCs can handle all the inefficiencies in the engine, and it doesn't bug. My new rig updates. It hasn't bug splatted for 2.5 months now. So yeah, you can handle it with new tech really well. I just had a new Patreon dude. I'll just read. I have the last bit of his email. I just don't want to read his full name, although he looks like he's from Japan, which is pretty cool. Mr. Dragonfly has just put down $5 per month. So thank you very much,
Nice.
sir. K-Pen still gets bug splats when he loads his computer up. But yeah, you do get bug splats, and hopefully...
I get bug splats if I select off the faction that I'm on. Then
Oh,
I
wow.
load up the game. It's really weird, yeah.
That's
And if I
interesting.
get invited by someone else in a game, it bug splats. But if I invite them, it somehow works as well. Proper control freak computer, just like me.
But I got better RAM. Better RAM helped me so much. I got Corsair, it's 32 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM. It cost me 160 quid. But I can literally
I've got
streaming.
Samsung, and maybe they just aren't as
Maybe
good.
it's
I
not
don't
their
know.
thing. They probably.
I had Corsair before years ago. Damn.
Yeah, right now I've got the stream running at mega settings. I've got the PC running at mega settings for the computer. It's all the same computer as well, no streaming computer. It's all faultless, so I think RAM is the key for me. It was at least anyway. The next one's getting started in literally 30 seconds. I'm going to do the Terminator intro yet again because I need to go to the loo, so hopefully I can time this to perfection. So everybody wish me good luck as we go on a mad mission. We will be back in 40 seconds time with Game 3. Let me just update the scores in anticipation, actually. Let's do that now. There it is, updated. So back in a second.
In a world without variety, brutality
Hello there and welcome to the best new prospect in competitive Company of Heroes play. Alpern from Sweden is playing as the United States forces on the west side of Bayo Assault.
It almost looks like a TV2 map here as we center up. I've just got rid of my taskbar, lol. Finding
Nice
it
work.
back. Panic, 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 and we're here. We have seen HelpingHans select Oster. Feels good, man. I cried out for them earlier, and he answered my call. So here we go. First Oster game of this best of 5. It's currently poised 1 apiece. Alpern with a huge sledgehammer of a blow in game 1, knocking HelpingHans down, but he bounced right back in game 2. And here we see this new, beautiful, tilted Bayou version. Probably perfect for Orange Pest, Kippy. And yeah, we're going to see USF against Oster. Who do you favour in this matchup, Matt? Just
On this map, it's got to be Wehrmacht. This map is quite a nice open one. As I get out of my Spielberg moment and try and actually talk about the game at hand, it's a very open map. They do have these 2 hedgerows, so it's a combination of open with hedgerow spines to protect an MG. So you can set up an MG here, for example, and as long as you have a reconnaissance unit to spot for any flank, you can pin units down for days. So it does have that element to it, but then it does have some good flanking opportunities as well. Bayo Assault is quite frankly one of the best maps in the game, or it will be as soon as it gets an auto match. You're going to love it. I think Spanky's outdone himself on this one.
Yeah, very good map indeed, and not to be confused with the 4v4 Launch Assault with 5 VPs.
Oh god.
This is straight up 1v1 sweaty nerd gameplay, and who better than Alpern and HelpingHans to duke it out. Alpern on the rise recently with some amazing performances, especially against Love Nest yesterday, knocking him out of the tourney mat, seed number 1.
Oh.
And HelpingHans, who's regained a bit of a purple patch in recent weeks, seems to have let his inhibitions go a bit and concentrate just more on enjoying the game and getting fully immersed and stuck into it again of a game that he still hopefully does love.
These old guys can really smash you if they play like that and play from their soul. Remember Jezulin back in GCS 2, this guy that hadn't won a tournament since 2014. He was just like, Matt, I play from the soul. He was going crazy. He knocked out players left, right and centre in that tournament. And we are seeing a little bit of that from HelpingHans this time around. He's equalled the series, 1-1 now. It's basically a best of 3. Bayo for the first 2 games and then Crossroads for the 3rd game of this 5-game series. And Grenadiers being forced back into base.
Yep, low HP, so he doesn't really want to be losing 30 manpower pop on those squads. Waits for the second Gren to help out. Good work there from Hans. And
meanwhile, west side.
Sorry, yeah.
We're west side, we've got the Iron Ore Pathfinders against the Grenadiers in a tricky spot. We've got squads on the retreat path. The Pioneers indeed have situated themselves there. Riflemen are getting lower and lower. And there they go, spring into action.
Pathfinders, though, about 3 kills, nearly vet 1 already.
Oh.
And they've barely lost any HP. These things are so strong against Oster early game, especially if you can avoid that MG. Now, HelpingHans is very good usually with his support weapons. His MG42 play is one of the best, I would say. And he can't quite get the vision though on the rear echelon, so in green cover capping.
Fun HelpingHans fact for your time. I've got a bunch of them. He'll be playing the game this way. I'm going to click follow camera, which is an option in not before we see if his Grenadier dies or not. Let's just double check he's going to survive, and the Pioneers, who are very low as well now. As I was saying, HelpingHans. Yeah, he's got 1-man Pathfinder. He plays the game like this now. He always tilts the camera facing south to north to give himself a better perspective and just allow him to, you know, see up the field. It gives you a really good field of view.
Tilts the map like, or his camera angle like he tilts his face when he drinks. That always made my brother chuckle when he saw it. And I was like, yeah, can we, because we put HelpingHans up for a day before the tourney, and I was like, yo, can we have this guy around, blah, 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 and he's like, yeah. And then I was like, oh, it's him, and I showed him the stream, and he said that was the first thing he saw, like an
Wasn't a
engaged.
fan of Helping Hands' elite gamer drinking mechanism
I'm
of
like, don't worry,
sipping
it's
from the
harmless.
corner of his mouth so his eyes can remain glued to his screen. Ed, he's just an elite gamer, bro. He knows how to make efficiencies, and he's not even a look away to look up at the ceiling. How dare you criticise? You should have told your brother that this guy is a god.
Hey, I wasn't criticizing. I just merely pointed out.
To Tassos, who's relentlessly tagging a caster who live in the act of casting. Yes, we will be casting both semi-finals next Saturday. So there's a good reason you asked that question. With a good answer. Ed and I will be going for the long haul next weekend. We'll be doing all the action except the best of 3 third place final, which probably Greyshot might do something like that if he's available. And then he'll raid into us and we'll do the best of 7 grand final on the Sunday. Meanwhile, Ed, what do we see on the tactical side of things? At the moment, it seems like Hans has pushed back a little bit.
Yeah, we see the first 50 cal doing some work. It's 50 cal versus MG42 wars at max range. Lieutenant's going to sneak around the bushes though and try and help out as well as another rifleman. So you've got to say, Elpen's concentration of units and fire is getting the early exchanges going his way. VP's near enough dead close.
We've got these Iron Ore Pathfinders at 5 kills and counting. Really doing some great work there. We've also got 5-man G43 veteran squad, veteran sergeant-led Grenadiers of the GID commander.
Hans used, as OKW, he used the very strong commander of the Command Panther, and now he's using the 5-man Grens of Ostis, so he's just using every strong meta commander he can whilst he can, I think. So
oh god, there's the artillery of the Iron Ore Pathfinders. That's a devastating barrage, but the MG was positioning well in time, having seen the flares thrown down by the same dudes.
Yeah, usually it's best to do it from cover, from hold fire, so your opponent kind of gets no warning other than if they're looking at the squads. But well read there by Hans. He escaped that one, and that's 140 munitions invested by Open into that maneuver, so it's not cheap.
One thing that can be said about Hans is not only does he play this game professionally for a living on stream, but a lot of team games, so he must see all the commanders. So a lot of players could get caught off guard by an Iron Ore Pathfinder, for example. It's not exactly the meta of the month. But not Hans. He'll know what the flares mean, he'll know where they're coming from. He's not just a tournament mercenary that just trains for the big events and plays all the meta commanders. He plays every day of his life almost.
Yep. And Far Lion with a word of wisdom there in the chat. But I think the 50 cal just outperforms the MG42 in these narrow passages. That's all you need. You don't really need the wide berth arc. And Elpen's making full advantage of that. Starting to creep into the VP lead now by about 50. This is good work from Elpen, and it just shows the power of the Iron Ore Pathfinders in the very early game. They are back to 8 kills already now.
It's written in the stars. We can have 4 allied wins in a row, and some very salty people in chat, and then a game 5 on Crossroads. That'll go 55 minutes. That's what we're in for today. Yeah, he's predicted it first here. I'm like drunk on my own predictions. I predicted that we'd see something from Povetkin in round 5. I did. Pat will testify to that, Ed. And I did say before we hosted Ricky Ralph yesterday, we need to watch this game because something big could be happening. Didn't I, Ed? I did say that.
Yeah.
So I'm an ego lord on a prediction streak. I'm on a prediction streak, so I'm gonna get something wrong very soon, basically.
And in the best of 5, the momentum can switch again, and it just seems after Helping Hands was so dominant in that game too. Elpen's right back in the groove with his USF. He's got the Stewart, and he's back. Oh, he's gone back for a Greyhound, so yeah, call-ins are not dead, folks.
They're not, unfortunately. Tried to get rid of them, didn't we all? And there's still some that remain. Lieutenant forced away. Stewart on his 4 kills, backs into position as the Pack 40 positions. Misses. Let's just go on a little bit of Easter egg hunting. There's a new one. Well, this thing's here. This Panther Sturm. We've got a load on the map. I'm sure you might be able to find some of them, Ed.
Yeah, I've seen one. What, the old relic fields and stuff, or?
Yeah, we've got demo charges as well on the map.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Different map. Wow.
Crash sticker as well now.
I was stuck on Cape Ben's Braquage burnt into my memory. But no, yeah, we got the little. We got the, what is it, the demo charge next to the Panther turret, which is...
That's right, they're all over the map.
Is that Co-1? A throwback to Co-1, the Panther turrets? I think you could man them.
Can't remember, to be honest. I don't...
And there's like a mortar... But they're in Co-2 as well. I saw a map from Black Dream, a 2v2 one. You can jump in the mortar free-firing
Really? That's cool.
Yeah, so they've kept some stuff from Co-1, I think.
Oh, it's the same engine with a lot of the same attributes as Co-1. Just a little bit... A little bit of stuff added here and there. As there he goes. He targets the Stuart, who backs away, and the Greyhound watches on. We'll be watching out, of course, for those canister shots later on, if he can get close enough and personal.
Yep. Stuart on 5 kills, nearly veteran C1. It's going to fix up with its own repair crew, so if you're new to the game watching, USF can fix their own tanks and jump out with the vehicle crew. It's a unique feature of the
TM.
Yep, of the the faction.
Rifleman coming in for a flank here. We have more iron artillery, and it's on target this time. MG's down and out. We have Rifleman in position as well. 2 is currently suppressed. There's only a Pack 40 watching on. Grenadiers looking low on health as well. Alpern is erupting right now, and it's looking very bad for Helping Hands. He's...
Well, down goes the Grenat, so big pickup there from Alpern. Gets another lead with the lieutenant on the field, that extra free squad for USF, and he nicks the MG42 that he decrewed with the IR Pathfinder. It's a huge win there for Alpern. And I don't know if you saw it in the mid-map, just above the mid-VP, there was a cheeky rifle nade attempted from Hans, and I think he was concentrating on that instead of getting the squads the hell out of dodge quicker.
Hans has put in all of his fates in the hands of this half-track. He's going to try and use it as a mobile platform for reinforcement, perhaps to push out, or indeed go for a flamethrower. When as soon as he gets the munitions, he needs 90, he's on 77. And it's going to be a tough task.
He doesn't have a med bunker due to his doctrine selection. They can self-heal your grenadiers, but I always find it a bit of a meme option of healing.
It takes a lot, especially for players of our standard, but the top level boys can toggle in and out and kind of position themselves to take full advantage of the healing inside the half track. So it has been done by top level players make it like a mobile healing bunker.
Yeah, the reason I don't like it is it physically makes you have to select your unit to then look at the unit and apply the healing. Can't just brain AFK healing them in the base and bring them back out at full HP. So that crucial APM and attention looking away on that side of the map can cost you squads at high level play.
And people, of course, will be probably saying in chat the Grenadiers get the free med kits as part of this this loadout, of course. But he's certainly healing the Pioneers right now as the Greyhound gets its very first kill. Ed. Oh no, 3 kills. There you go.
Yeah, it hasn't done too much work, but somehow vet 1, so...
No, I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it didn't have any live vehicles to shoot at, so that's just all from infantry kills. Yep, 3 infantrymen killed and you vet 1. If only the Stukas were like that, eh?
Stuart's coming in for the 251 as the Pack 40 finds him. Meanwhile, we've got the captain flanking as the Greyhound eats a Faust.
Yeah, and instead of a flame half-track, it's the bit more aim-strong-esque prudent choice of just going to be on the front reinforcement, like you said, Matt.
They are chewing us up, apparently. Grenadiers give out a battle cry as they dare go forward and they eat some shots. 251 giving them ability to reinforce in the field of combat as the captain's in a really bad part of town and just sacrificed. Oh dear.
Really brain AFK there with the captain. Went from 5 models down. All in the face of a lot of Grenadiers and the MG42, but...
Butterfly bombs!
Yep.
Oh dear.
One click a bullet here. Well dodged there by Hans. A bit of a whiff click there from Alpern. Could have perhaps angled it a bit better. As well as combine a push with infantry, so giving Hans no escape route.
Meanwhile, in the south, more pressure's being put down by the Swede as the Brit recoils in terror. And yeah, let's have a little look at the TAC map and just survey Hans's scant territorial control, and then we'll go over to the stat screen and have a look at the KD, which is roughly equal, and we'll also show the army value graph, which just shows Alpern in a pretty big lead.
Greyhound takes a hit on a Schnars from the Pack 40 group. That is nearly Vet 2 now, Matt, so Hans has done well on that front. Kept the light vehicles pretty much at bay. They haven't been able to push through and snipe models on retreat pass. But the VP is looking pretty dire as we just hear the announcer blurt out for 300 VPs now for Hans. He's got to make something happen. He has got okay fuel. It has teched up, so it does just need 15 more fuel for the P4 map, and all his fortunes could be turned around perhaps with that choice.
Certainly could be. Sport Armor Core is down for Hans. He has a good amount of fuel as well. He's been able to keep his fuel despite losing a lot of standard territory points. And all this time, saying that we now have the major out for Alpern as well, so we could be seeing a Sherman or possibly a Jackson in answer to whatever Helping Hands builds.
And no P-Grens here from Helping Hands because he just hasn't had the manpower of the losses he's sustained, so it just seems more advantage for Alpern. He's not too heavy on the infantry, just 2 riflemen, but combine that with the Pathfinders and Lieutenant, suddenly this commander is so bolstered in terms of infantry prowess.
Rifle a juicy one, very juicy one indeed. That was a big one from the Grenadiers, now on 25 infantry kills. Oh wow.
Didn't follow up for the Faust though. Could have perhaps been a bit more aggressive there with his squad, but they were low HP. A good hit again from the pack, so it does hit the Vet 2. Which gives it improved rate of fire and weapon control. So
who's that one? Sorry, who's got the
on the Pack 40? It's just
of course, yeah. It's one of the best veterancies in the game. Is Pack 40 veterancy. Very similar, in fact, to the Su-85 for the Soviets. Just really feel it's an absolute force on the field. And speaking of force on the field, we have this horribly painted Panzer IV. It's usually a thing of beauty, and in this case, it looks like a Hornet or something. I don't know what it looks like.
StarCrafty-esque almost.
Yes.
Gone for the old tiger skin on the P4, and Lieutenant would not like the sound of the P4 at all.
No, he will not. Neither will the stolen MG42, still holding the line. Don't know why. Panzer IV is going to have a big shot and misses. What a miss is that? What the hell is this game? How can that miss from there? Yeah, exactly.
That was
Garfield.
He'd gone beyond the point of cover, and that MG's squad was clumped around the green cover. That could have been a juicy one-tap from the P4, but not to be. There is a bit of elevation, I think, if we move our camera down, you can see a slight hill grading.
Yeah, tiny bit.
So sometimes that does mess up a bit of the track. Ooh, but no messing around there with that hit on the 50 cal. This could go down. Oh, can't get the second shot.
So Alpern's got a lot of fuel now. More artillery fire, by the way, in the north. That was a big one. And the MG's forced away in a big way. Rifles push in against the Pack 40 as the 251's got that shared veterancy accrued.
Oh yeah, Vet 2 already. 3 kills as well, not bad.
Another pack as well for Helping Hands. He's going for the Barton-esque build we saw from Mannliebner's Weimar tournament.
And this is always a point I don't really like as USF. The only ascendancy here, like what do you go? Do you go Sherman or do you get a Jackson? Alpern's opted for the Sherman. Does not have any AT guns though. Going to be up against 2 pack guns, so it's a chink in the armor of Alpern that Helping Hands could expose here. But it all depends on the infantry game. Can Hands fight back against this double 50 cal and multiple USF squads?
Look at this. Helping Hands has gone for another machine gun. So certainly using the 251 to reinforce all of these support weapons. What Alpern could do with... I know he's getting the Sherman, it looks like. It is indeed the traditional Sherman. Is pack howitzers at this point. Go Orange Pest style. Pack howitzer, double build. And just hope to obliterate him piece by piece.
Yeah, that's a good shout. And also lay down the mines with your rear echelons. a P4 stunned into multiple snare options and hopefully a future AT gun or a Jackson. He did not want to be that P4, so I think Helping could spend a bit of munitions there on the baby AT mines of the rear echelons.
It's had a wipeout apparently. Do we have eyes on what's died there? Was it... Well, definitely the IR Pathfinders are in jeopardy. Jesus Christ, the Panzer IV's gunning for them. But the Sherman comes into view, as does the Stuart. As the Lieutenant is confirmed a fatality on the field by Ed 80 Hertz. The Faust comes in against the Stuart, but that's just one of the 2 tanks gunning the Panzer IV down.
Oh, P4 misses on the move. Does get penned. Good control here from Melpen. Stopping just before he shoots.
That's not something you can shoot through there. That's certainly a shot blocker.
Went for it anyway. You miss every shot you don't take. You never know. The RNGs could do a sidewinder shell. New Sherman unlock. But yeah, both crews can help fix each other's tank up now, so this is going to be a quick turnaround. You could even swap the crews around. Could help him to put the more veteran one into a Sherman, but the Sherman's driving off, leaving the other crew to chase it like Benny Hill style. Hans won't know about this, but he could go and nick a free Stuart if he wants.
Oh, you're joking.
And that's a
Stuart.
Oh
no, the Sherman's in peril as well. And the Pak-40 is looking for range, they miss.
Oh, but this one taps the Gren. And but a Baboomski sending that back gun running.
Back.
Does live, crucially.
With its veterancy too, it's really important to keep that alive. And meanwhile, the rare crew remember about their Stuarts and keep that in position. Greyhound's been very brave right now as the Paks are back on the attack thanks to the 251 reinforcing them lickety-split. Greyhound is destroyed by the Paks. That's the 251's kill claimed, and he shares the veterancy. Grenadier forced away. Meanwhile, in the centre, we've got constant engagements with machine guns happening. It's all about this northern conflict area.
I misspoke earlier, it's not double 50 cal for Elpen, it's 150 and 1 MG42, and MG42 now in peril. P4 could help finish it off with the HelpingHans' own MG42. What an engagement there. We saw the Greyhound go down. Stuart recruit, but the Sherman usually living on 1 HP. That is quite fortunate there for Elpen. Hans didn't get the final killing blow.
Right, the defence of the Alamo here. They're behind that stone wall, just bringing on all comers. In the south, meanwhile, we've got the 50 cal defending the victory point. It should be noted that HelpingHans is down to 162. And often in tournament games of the last year or so, he gets very low on victory points before he starts to gain his powers.
And the Hans fans in chat will be happy because this is the first time in a long time James has been able to get 2 VPs over Elpen to slightly start ticking the VP count in his favour again. Gotta bleed this USF dry now. He opted for the Sherman, big ball strategy, no Jackson. So Hans has that timing window to get a bit of field position, especially with 2 double pack helping out as P4.
Absolutely, Elpen needs to sense that HelpingHans has a support weapon-based build. It's 5 support weapons. He needs a pack howitzer or 2, or a Scott, perhaps.
You just feel this P4 can't miss forever, right? it's gonna hit eventually. It's gonna once or other eventually, yeah. Sherman has been penning like that mule though. Kicking hard against that P4. I've never seen a Sherman pen so consistently. No,
it's had a good fairing so far. Rifleman forced away by the Grenadiers, not before they can get a grenade off. They've got the INR Pathfinders on hold fire in the Vale of Shroud, as they could launch in with an artillery strike. Well, they can't. They haven't got any munitions whatsoever, so AE needs to shut up.
Nade tech though, AE, so there's a terrain of munitions. I'm not too sure about that one from Elpen.
Yeah.
Didn't go for any weapon upgrades. Instead, the Powerfinders are going to be enough on 13 kills. So much vision. You just saw the AT gun there shoot from another postcode and hit the P4 frontally.
Talking about getting hit frontally, the Sherman's offering itself to the Paks, just giving them veterancy. Nice rifle nade on the INR Vet 3. They could complete the kill here. G43's firing and somehow they escape. Meanwhile, the GG mortar, as Ed famously calls it, is constantly showering Alpern with shells from above.
Good little soft counter against the 2 MGs, and Vet won already. We'll do some work, especially how it's almost like MOBA-esque this map. Like the mid lane is going to be highly contested and congested, I'm sure, with troops as both armies poise around the mid. I mean, the south 50 cal hasn't been even pressed once by hands in the last 5 minutes.
It's not been tested. It is all in the jungle right now.
Yeah.
As we see this 3-lane map really start to become bogged down. We're starting to see more armor on the field, and that's the kind of thing that can cause a breakthrough. Not just in war, but in Company Heroes as well. As Panzer IVs finally find their mark against the riflemen there. They could actually finish the job. Indeed they do.
Great pick up there from Hans. Just keep plugging away. Don't focus on the shots that didn't do anything. Just speculate to accumulate. They'll come in the end, and his patience paying off. Major's going to try and take out a P4 with a pistol, a la Tom Hanks in Saving Private Ryan, but there's no P47s to back him up.
Show us... my bad. Let's not show that replay, that's of our faces. See, didn't click save first. I thought I'll do my first replay of the match. Yeah, it was quite good last time. I forgot to click save.
Face of me looking at the screen. Get a replay of that.
It's hard to do production, commentary, and camera work in one. I'm like a Swiss Army knife, but every tool is rubbish. As the Focus Grenadiers come into view.
More than me. Your action per minute though will be helped. Your 1v1 rank will thank you for this aid.
I'll be at least rank 2000 by the end of the year by the sounds of things. We do indeed have the Jackson coming out from Alpern. He's not going to go after the support weapons. He feels the threat of the Panzer IVs instead, and he's getting the hard counter.
With only
but Ed, he's up against a Pack 40 vet 3 for crying out loud.
Well, it's not the Jackson's fault. The Jackson still needs to be that anti-tank menace from long range. Now, I think to deal with the double packs map, it's going to be an infantry push, twinned with saving up for the cluster bombs again. The M83s, that's going to be the way to clear the packs.
Oh, another squad wipe there. Alpern's getting really messy out there. Or is he just getting pop caps for his tanks? I don't know, but oh dear,
first time in a long time. Hans has got the South VP hype for him, and Vet 2 Pioneers will fixie super fast, and there's 5 of them, so they build cover quicker, they build S mines quicker as they've done in the South VP. So this looks like Hans is kind of game to win now. It'd be a very good comeback if he completes this.
It'd be awesome. And everybody in chat who probably, you know, they just like to be balance whingers. They're all going, oh, Allied OP4 in a row or something. And it's fantastic to see that HelpingHans is holding firm with classic Wehrmacht support weapon play, combined armed synergy at its finest.
And it's just, Alpern hit that moment of the game. I think it was about 16, 17 minutes in. He was flying ahead still on the VPs at that stage as well. But
oh, look at this! Look at this!
It's so hard to close out a game as USF against
Shoemine Hyped, sorry to interrupt. That's awesome. He's getting the 251 further forward. He's planting the shoe mines.
It's like the old mine layer in Red Alert, isn't it?
It is.
Covered APC.
Oh, and here he is. Who wants to sponsor the Scot in chat? First, General or Major going to be the sponsor of this very hype unit. We built up a lot. It's the indirect fire. That could mean Alpern wins this game. So sponsorship for hire if you want it.
With the 3-man crew in there, 2 of them popping out with their heads. Rather spiffing in their Fury-esque uniforms. And the Scot could be the little key to open up. Gets a donk right onto the mortar.
Oh, second shot misses, however.
I like this pickup though from Hans. P-Grens with Shreks. That's going to be a menace, especially against a lot of these little light vehicles still alive.
Sherman goes forward, he's got 10 kills and counting, but the packs are in position. This is a big engagement now. We got suppressed Panzer Grenadiers, Panzer IVs daring to be in the focus as the Grenadiers hold the line in the centre. The Jackson and Scott combo's a hell of a duo.
Hans has a lot of his support weapons again down in the south. None of Helping's units are there. He needs to get doing some recon and address the situation. That's a lot of manpower just not being utilised. And potency with the Vet 3 Packer. You want that on the front line. Main position, you know.
Jackson's starting to gain a bit of veterancy now, Ed. He's got his first shots landed, rather. And Mortar's doing a hell of a lot of work. It's Veterancy 2 with 4 kills.
You just blink away, you know. All that model damage to the units, it helps sets up wipes. It's a good unit.
It's a constant pressure unit, isn't it? Constantly keeping your micro under pressure as well. Dum 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 dum. As you have to keep repositioning.
Yep, and we see Vet 2, Panzer 4 now, 18 kills. Gets the side shirts up, a bit more armor profile for that unit. And you gotta say, Hans' infantry preservation has been far,
Jackson's
far
under
better
pressure,
than
talking of which, David Bowie, eat your heart out. As, oh my lord, the Scot is taken out. It's a good job nobody wanted to sponsor it because it wasn't very long-lived.
Yeah, the Patriots know what up after they saw Commander Tom get wasted so early.
Oh, talking about getting wasted, the Jackson nearly finds the Panzer IV there.
This is a dead Jackson.
Oh, the Jacksons, what's he
There we
thinking? Shrek's take him out.
Shrek
He offered
being the
his...
difference.
Oh, gosh.
I knew that do work against USF, and wow, Elpen just overcommitting there with the Jackson. It's all falling apart, it seems.
Oh,
for him.
everything's going kaboom as these packs and the Shreks, everything in unison. And the MVP unit, in my opinion, that bloody 251, because he's allowing all of these units to stay on the field for a lot longer than they have any right to be.
It
And
should have
Elpen's
gone down
pegged
there,
back.
but the AT gun missed its second shot on the
Oh,
half-track,
dear.
so suddenly all the little, you know, the 50-50s are going Hans' way, and he's made his own luck. He's still got units down to the south to recover.
Oh, there's another wipe as well. Oh my
Double
god,
beat
you can't look away for a single second in this one. As the butterfly bombs are trying to get rid of that veterancy 3, can the pack escape? Can the grenadiers escape? Oh lord! The one-click
Double
wonder from the
whammy.
skies above. But now the Sherman's in dire straits as the packs are in position. One pack's so the M1 has been retaken. My bad.
That was dirty from Elpen there. What an ability, folks.
Balance
So the mortar
bombs.
crew and a 5-man Gren. That was so. There's only one Gren remaining. Instantly, Hans rebuilds. I like this play from Hans. He always doesn't mess about. Gets straight back into getting their infantry presence back on the field. What a ding dong of a match! Though. There's been so much armor that's gone down for Elpen, but then just with one click of that cluster bombs, brings them back into it.
Oh dear. Like a B-52 over the skies of Cambodia. It was seeing
Carpet bombs,
absolute
yeah.
balance crimes here as Alpern uses one of those famous one-click abilities from Company Heroes 2. Mortar being stolen, the GG Mortar. So of all that, Alpern is back, baby. You thought Hans was going to win this easily. No, Alpern's not the kind of player that just lies down and GG's out. He bides his time and he gets his luck and he gets the benefits of his tactical prowess.
Goes for a second Sherman. His Sherman is on HE shells, trying to get rid of the Shrek Panzer guns who have already paid for themselves.
Oh yeah. Those packs
But
are dangerous.
Hans back up to double snare. That's good for him. Sorry about that. I was just gonna say because there's no snares on the side of Elpen.
No. He's lost all of his rifles. And he's relying just on, you know, he was relying on the Jackson, but he can't even rely on that anymore. He does, however, have 2 AT guns, so he's going to be looking to get them just as vetted as Hans's are. But Hans has the benefit of the 251 constantly reinforcing them, so his will have to keep going all the way back to base lest he pushes his ambulance up, which you'll never see in top-level play.
Top level major player here, Batteries, gets an extra recon plane and uses the recon ability. Very rarely used in 1v1s. And Elpen just wanted some eyes in the sky there. See
Great
what
minds
Hans
think
is up to.
alike, Ed. I clicked the fog of war on just as you started saying that, so we're getting a well-oiled machine in time for next weekend's big semi-finals and best of 7 grand final. But it feels like we're there already with plays of this caliber, with stories to tell of this nature. It's just fantastic, you know, fantastic gameplay to watch.
And such big names being knocked out tournament already, and new young pretenders coming to the throne. So yeah, it's poised very nicely for next weekend's grand finals. But at the moment, all focus on this game because we've got to get there first. And nice smoke usage here from Elpen. Similarly, another cheeky rifle that goes in for Hans, but I think he should be saving his munitions now, Matt. He does have the cluster bomb equivalent of fragmentation bombs, which can catch opponent's AT guns off guard.
Well, that's it, and he's got a lot to catch off guard because it's a very support weapon orientated battle. It's been fantastic entertainment, but it is a lot of support weapons you don't often say in the same sentence. But I'm cycling through them all now, and they are a perfect target for one of Goering's finest Stukas with the fragmentation bomb.
Just look at Alpen's PopCap. Like, I know there's one vehicle jumped out of its tank vehicle crew, but HelpingHans is nearly maxed. He could maybe get an Ostwind or a Stuk, and then that's pretty much his army composition done.
Oh, look at that play from Hans on the flank in the north there, taking out the MG as the Shermans react, but they're way too late. Meanwhile, the packs will be repositioning, so Alpen could be launching himself into a trap. He's actually going in for this one. Very dangerous indeed.
And he's lost one of his AT guns, has Helpen, so he doesn't have much to back up his Shermans. I think he needs to pull out of this one. Yep, recruits his AT guns, takes his losses, and gets out. Also, it would be situation critical for Helpen here.
Really could be. The Panzer IV finds a good angle, but the M1s have repositioned now. They could finish the job. Sherman could certainly do that. Alpen's getting ultra aggressive. He's really starting to want to finish this game off. He doesn't want a long-winded endurance battle with Hans. You can tell he's getting more frenetic.
Yeah, he senses Hans just starting to get a grip on this long arm wrestle of a game, and it seems the P-Grens with Shreks are still dominating in the mid. They do have that bundle nade option against squads, and Alpen is desperately not enough boots on the ground. He's only got a major or a brave rear echelon bazooka crew to go cap, so he does listen to me, and he drops in some airborne.
He drops some airborne and a pack howitzer using the airdropped combat group ability and pulls the ambulance up. Alpen is deploying, ladies and gentlemen. He wants this, and he's pulled all of his stuff to a hard center. He's going to use it as a launching platform to try and finish the job on Hans.
New construction options.
Silos needed.
Pack Howie has been answered the cry for that bat, so this could be, you know, a bit of brain AFK wide pitch potential.
There's your brain AFK as the bundle aid comes in and the airborne. Oh god, they had a terrible option. Bridge too far. Well, the Battle of Crete, it was not a good day to be a paratrooper there. Oh dear.
He landed. Oh, that was painful. Definitely didn't see that in Band of Brothers. It's mown down by a bundle aid as soon as he dropped. But yeah, that's a huge loss for Alpen there. He needed more infantry, more squads.
Meanwhile, the Grenadiers are in jeopardy. They could have died there. Quick on the retreat trigger. But you really feel like Alpen's having a little bit of endurance fatigue in this particular game. He's had a little bit of sloppy unit losses. He's still in it, but he wants to finish it off probably now. He doesn't want to, as I say, continue the endurance battle.
And we've seen the first pick of Oster from these two players today. And it could be the first time Axis pick up a win in this series. But you can't say it hasn't been earned by Hans. He's stuck in this. Had a pretty rough early game going. But the solidness with the P4s backed up by double fit 3 pack 40s now.
Oh, big bazookas miss. However, they flail around harmlessly. Meanwhile, Sherman's trying to create space for the cap in the north. He's been able to do it. And he's getting a cap off in the centre, so good work by him here.
Yeah. Despite all the pressure he's under, he's somehow got to get those VPs back into his favour. But yeah, he's got 300 odd manpower, man. Not much fuel. What infantry would you go for? Yeah.
Rear echelon spam.
Yeah.
Seriously, you need the capping. You got your tanks, the pack howitzers, and the machine gun. Yeah, you're going to spam rear echelons, in my opinion. I don't know, I'm crazy, just call me crazy, but it's not the time to rebuild your mainline infantry. They'll just bleed, they'll bleed manpower at this point in the game. You just want to go for work units. If you're getting yourself 40 minutes in the game, you've got elite armor and you've got a really good support weapon build, just go for some crappy worker units. You just want the capping potential. Sorry, rear echelons, if you're watching this cast, I didn't mean to say bad about you there, but just get the cap.
The incumbent rear echelons at the moment are Fed 3s. That's a 5-man squad with 2 Zooks and Minesweepers, so they're a very potent squad. Oh, he's gone for 50 cal instead. Well, they're basically a squad, aren't they? You just move them and they set up as fast as a rifle squad or whatever. Bold call there from Alpin.
Look at this multiple play in action.
They can make the pin mounts of the P4s busy and take away from what they need to actually be shooting at. So could be next level baits there with the planes from Alpin.
Sherman looking for a cheeky shot here, very cheeky shot. Going all the way in, as is the other Shermans. Alpin's pulling the trigger head out of nowhere. He's gone for this Panzer IV. Can he finish the job? He's now smoking him out. He's coming in with a third Sherman. Somebody called this in chat. I believe it was Nakano. He said he's going to wait for 3 Shermans and then go all the way in. And indeed, he's doing that. But 1 Sherman bites the dust thanks to the Shreks and the Panzer IV combo. He's still going in, however. Has he thrown the dice and failed?
Yes.
Yes, he has, as the Panzer Shreks go in. As to the other Panzer, oh dear, Alpin drops from the game. He has been killed. And Hans gets a famous Axis victory on Bayo 2 and goes into the lead for the first time in this series, 2-1. GG's. Wow. That was a good one.
Yeah, where was Hans's luck in the second game? It was definitely found with a vengeance in the third. And yeah, no one-taps there from the Shermans, luckily for Hans. And he stuck at it. Those double pack guns, Vet 3, so hard to push into. Alpin tried to amass a huge sum of Shermans and go for that GG push to close out the game. But instead, he basically kind of went full samurai warrior.
He did.
Harikiri'd himself, but not for one for lack of trying. And definitely a good game 3, that though. Back and forth, the seesaw continues. And it's 2-1 in the form of HelpingHans now. So he's got the lead for the first time this series.
Learning my mistakes from the previous game, I've gone to the main menu to look at the stats. I forgot you could do that. It's really handy. The best unit for Alpin was the Sherman, despite its 3 deaths. HelpingHans was the Pack 40, which was kind of obvious. They were godly. On the KDs...
30k damage.
Oh, wow, yeah, 30k. That's better than me in a 4v4. Meanwhile, that was nearly as much damage as Alpin in the entire game. In fact, was it more? No, it was 300 shy of Alpin's entire damage Hans was able to get using Pack 40, so fair enough. On the graph screen, you can see the army values of... it was still pretty competitive, but I believe that Alpin had seen enough. He'd seen enough, man. Take him out of there. Points held-wise, you can see that. And we'll just quickly see the units lost and died. Grenadiers are very tough to keep alive, and Hans did a good job. He ended up with 2 out of 5. Meanwhile, Alpin, if we go back over to him, he lost a lot of things. The only thing he was able to keep alive, pretty much.
when the Pathfinders went down, as well as the Lieutenant, Alpin just seemed to never really regain his grip on the infantry front. Didn't rebuild much infantry at all. Kept going for Shermans. Kept going for the armor play. We saw Scott. We saw Greyhounds, Stuarts, big fuel sinks, and it played perfectly into the double pack setup of Hans, as well as the P-Grens with Shreks. I think with the low key MVP, as were the half trackers you mentioned, Matt. Did hella work being able to their forward healing and reinforcements. So pretty much a poor man's Ambo, but yeah, good game there in game 3. I'm excited to see. Sorry, in game 3. In game 4, it'll be same map, right? But Alpin gets the Axis this time. So is it the time of the Axis OP again? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Done it.
We'll see. Nakano in chat, he got a big call out there. He was right on the waiting for 3 Shermans and then pushing, so he clearly knows his stuff. He also adds, it's really frustrating to play against people with good support weapons constantly reinforced. I agree. That was my big take from the game. The 251 was MVP for me. If you don't want spoilers of the DevM Asia Mint series, mute me for the next 10 seconds and also then Ed for the next 10 seconds as he reacts to what I'm about to say. Asia Mint is 3-0 DevM and is the first through to the semi-finals. So there you go, 3-0 to Asia Mint versus the probably one of the 2 best with Love Nest tournament players of all time. So DevM's out and Asia Mint's through. Ed giving some pog champs as a silent reaction in chat.
I don't want to spoil for anybody.
It's all right. Good man. Good man. Let's go on a little break, Ed, and then we'll be straight in with what game is it now? 4, shall we?
Yeah.
Game's probably live though, so I'll give you a sneaky invite as well. But we'll go radio silent for a little bit. Get our voices back.
I just need to pop to the loo, and then I'm all good, Chief.
world.
Hello there and welcome to the man on the comeback trail. It's Helping Hands, and not only is it Helping Hands, it's Helping Hands' notorious and famous British faction. Who's he up against, Eddie?
Up against him in the east will be Lord Elpen, the new Zoomers champion of the people of Co. And he is insta-locked in Jaeger introduction for Ostis. So 2 Ostis in a row now after 2 double OKWs early on. And game 4 is upon us, folks. Get hyped, get pumped. This is on a brand new spanking Twisted Bayo map. And I think Helping Hands would want to see this tourney out now as soon as fast as he can today and make it 3-1.
We've had our first commander picked. It's indeed Jaeger Infantry Doctrine. It's one of the better doctrines Wehrmacht can use at their disposal with, of course, the Jaeger command squads and a lot of munitions-intensive abilities. And he will have them at the disposal. Hans' Brit commanders he's not used quite yet are Commando, Royal Artillery, and Royal Engineer, so they're not too shabby, are they, to say the least?
I think I'm allergic to Brits, and it's I sneeze there, sorry. But yeah, double MG, double pyro opener, big bowls play from Elpen. I like this. He's not even going to bother then with Grens. He's just going to use the Jaeger command squad as a only snare, it looks like. So yeah, already Elpen with the left field strats.
Yeah,
Look at this, man. It could be interesting.
Could be very interesting. He's up against a lot of light vehicles, though, and he might be going for Panzer Grenadiers. No tier 1. Might be going for Jaegers and stuff. So let's have a look, see how that plays out. He's got 2 MGs with an extra Pioneer. The Tommies are gunning him down. And, yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game. Rightly said, Ed.
And as Brits and USF, you also got to think of another layer of complexity to this tournament mode of commanders pick and bans, because they have just straight up less commanders, USF, OKW, and Brits. So Oster does provide a wealth, as well as Soviets. The base faction games, you do get a lot more options with those factions, and that's why we could see maybe Oster come into their own later on down the stretch, as everyone uses up their OKW choices or USF, and Soviets and Oster might be more of the plays.
Indeed, just cycling through all the positions of all the units at our disposal right now. We've got a very interesting early game evolving, which is not what you often say as in a game against the Brits, but I do think Alpen's gone for something to spice things up, let's say, so credit to him. He's already got Battle Phase 1 down, of course, and it'll be Panzer Grenadiers to emerge very shortly, and here they are. They've been trained, and they're ready for war. Yeah,
crucially, why this strat is even available now is due to a couple of patches ago. People aren't too up to date with the old improvements and installments of patches in Code 2. P-Grens can now build out of your base structure for Austin. It used to be out of the tier 2 structure. So with that simple little change, it enables a whole different kind of build order and strat, which Elpen is going to employ here.
I just showed it on my camera as well, by the way, but there is a telemine being planted behind a sight blocker, behind a tall tree, which is a really powerful place to put a telemine, because, of course, if it gets spotted, you might not even see it get spotted by a minesweeper, so it's going to be ever-present, and it's really far up in enemy territory as well. It's just here, just behind that tree, so excellent positioning by Elpen.
Ooh, sneaky. Utilizing the sight blockers of the map for mine laying. Can definitely be done on this map. And Elpen, it'll be interesting to see whether he's got to get out of here with his pioneers first. That could be hella close. Oh. Baits for ages to get the MG42 in position, but just about works out. So I think he's got to get a quick tier 2, and I know a 2-2 sounds crazy against an AAC that was sure to become, but I think he's still got to go for it anyway with this strat. Double P-Gun into a 2-2. Could help out.
Comment, by the way, from, sorry to interrupt, Ted, I've got to say this comment. Rebub in chat has reminded us all that, of course, Hans rotates, so it doesn't matter about this telemine positioning.
He will see it anyway.
He will see it. Excellent point, guys, excellent point. And, yeah, I mean, Ed, I've got to ask you this one question. It's a big question, a big boy time. You've got $1,000. You are forced at gunpoint to bet on this game. Who's going to win this game? Not the whole series. You want to know who's going to win this game.
Just this game. I think Helping Hands on his own favourite Brit faction. Yeah, I'll go with Hands if I had $1,000.
Machine gunners versus mounted machine gunners here. as the UC eats shots for breakfast. And has its fill.
Oil Engineer's getting straight to work there on that UC. Does take a lot of damage. 2 kills, nearly Vet 1. Vet's hella fast, this unit. Bit like the INR Pathfinders of Elpen's last game. And AC already in the build. 2-2 is in the build, so 2 thumbs up there for Elpen. He went for it. And I think he's just got to bait, get some telemines out, and also get the Jaeger command squad ready
For the snare,
out on the
indeed.
field as soon as possible.
I'd say he's got 100 munitions. He could easily get Panzer Grenadiers and just play a little bit more conservatively with them. Keep them behind the hedgerows and just wait for an ambush. And he can ambush, of course. He has gone for a commander that allows it. As the AEC rolls onto the field with a very dark camouflage. It's covered in all kinds of stuff. And we've got the... Oh, that's more like it. Based on camouflages alone, I want Alpern to win. Because Hans goes through all this non-historical stuff. And it really interferes with my military history dweebery. But Talamine goes up and the AC goes down. It detonates and the tree is now alight. Oh, that was there. There you go. 200
already down, and that wasn't even the UC. It's the AEC. So the 2-2 can rule supreme now and take on this AEC. He is backed up by 1 Royal Engineer, but okay, Elpen's not going to but force it. It's going to be smart.
Enemy causing trouble. Try to
Bit more
take
poise. So
points.
suddenly my $1,000 is looking terrible as that AEC goes up in smoke.
Somebody in chat says this isn't a historical skin, by the way. I think this is from when the Brits were in the Mordor theatre of war, and they need to blend in with the surroundings. So fair enough, fair enough. And yeah, this game's now wide open. I mean, we were expecting Hans to have a bit of an advantage. He's on the ascendancy, having won game 3, but it's blown wide open now thanks to that AEC death.
Ricky called me a lie. Says I'd bet on Elpen. Well, I would have in game 1, but here now, Hans seems to be in the ascendancy. It is 2-1 currently poised for Hans, so he's just got to finish off this last game. And look, he's bringing in the super Übermensch officer unit, shiny as he is, due to the last patch of Code 2, and it just proved devastating for Hans in an earlier game.
Trying to take a point from us.
Will it repeat itself again? But it is against Oster instead of OKW this time. Double P-Grens are already up for Elpen.
Look at this cascading double MG42 as well. He's got this entire hedgerow system on lock. This hedgerow goes further back for him, so he's got more time to think. Was that a mine just detonated? What was that
Yeah,
there?
the 2-2 doing what
good.
2-2 does best and killed a mine by shooting at infantry section. So I don't think it was intended, but still, mine swept regardless.
And here come the Jaeger boys. So these guys are sexy as they glide along the battlefield on their roller skates. That's not how they move, but we can pretend. Sometimes I like to have you know, a little bit of surrealism in my
Velodrome Grenadiers.
But if you zoom in on the units, they look like they're gliding. They're not stepping properly. That's what I always refer to on that one. But anyway, we do have the AEC being rebuilt by Hans. He's a Britbot, and Britbot says, "Is AEC on field equals no build?"
Oh, hang on.
Go on.
I'm still catching up with you. I don't know if that was a question or not. Sorry.
What was? No, it was an algorithm for Hans. Oh, you. Anyway.
My artistic flair cannot live with such scientific logic brain.
Oh,
But yeah,
dear, oh
he is
dear.
a bit bot-like with his build order, but he seems to have found a likening for the assault officer. He's definitely sticking to that plan.
Yeah, it's a welcome addition. He's recently thrown a light gammon bomb. He's not gotten a kill quite yet. Panzer Grenadiers are holding the line. MG42 repositions, having recently fired incendiary rounds. And dares the Tommies into their gaze. Must be noted that Alperner's Wehrmacht has been able to keep 2 victory points for a while and his own fuel, which should put him in a good position. But he is up against Brits, which of course have a lot of late game potential themselves, so it's not quite as clear cut as that.
2-2's got 6 kills, nearly vet 1, Matt. Don't sleep on that. That's pretty impressive. For only 9 minutes into the game, Elpen's got some very good utilization out of that unit already. And much helped by the telemine detonating the first AEC, so how cautious will Hans be with his second one? Did go for the rebuild of it, which is interesting, and a mortar pit.
Oh my.
Okay,
That's 400 manpower, very well spent there. It's in a good position as well, but I do fear... Well, is it though? Is it? Because it's got a corner exposed, surely. If you're a pack, you can see that from all the way back here. A pack 40 can just push up and take it out, you know?
I think it's there for the sole reason it covers 2 VPs, but if you built it behind the broken house in the mid, I still think it could reach the top VP at Vet 3.
There. That would be better.
But,
I don't know about this exposed side here. I'm not sure about that.
Steve stolen Helping Hands' CD key and is playing as him, yeah. Who knows?
You're showing your age there, CD key. I want to tell you a really sad story. AE anecdote time. I used to love Tiberian Sun Online. It's my first RTS online experience. It's 2001, right? And I'm a kid and I'm playing. I'm having great fun with 2v2s on it. You know, building loads of artilleries, Brotherhood of Nod, etc. And somebody in the chat says, "Do you want to join our clan?" And I said, "Yes. Can you tell us your CD key?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." And I told him, and then I couldn't sign into my account ever again. And his last words he ever said to me was noob. And do you know what I responded? What does noob mean? And my little 9-year-old dreams, or I must have been 9 or 10, that was ended. I gave my CD key away and got called a noob and responded, "What does noob mean?"
Why are we so gullible? Yeah, I've run into the same things. I mean, I even got invited to cast and said it would be professional, but here we are.
So yeah, we're all a bit gullible at times. But what a game it was.
Professional. You can get a good anecdote in here and there. Even the best commentators like Alan Shearer would get an anecdote in as the mortar. And the Panzer Grenadiers retreat from the mortar. They don't even want any of that. They just hear it and think, nope, no thank you.
Nice, ambush camouflage already upgraded on the P-guns in the North VP, so they can hide in that hedge and spring a sneaky trap on this assault officer, perhaps.
And the Tommies aren't faring very well under the gaze of the 2-2-2. They're getting forced away. Mortis' first foray does have 2 kills indeed, as the air landing officers healing from the Tommies. Getting some of that feeling. Oh, here we go. Secret bundle nade from the Panzer Grenadiers. Been unveiled, but he tosses it. He gets it on the Tommies. They're building. That could be dangerous. And they get out of there in the nick of time. Good reactions by Helping Hands.
Yeah, and also a bit of a weird flex nade from Alpen there. Just put it in the middle of the 2 squads. A bit predictable there. So Hands straight on the trigger there. Gets out of dodge. Does need to heal up though as assault officer. Very low HP. And cometh the man, cometh the hour. The infantry section do have the healing on the field ability ready right now. So Hands can heal on the front line. Such a strong feature of the Brits faction as opposed to others. And yeah, we commonly see the UC outlive other vehicles, Matt, because it's just such a little bugger to pin down. And he's already outlived one AEC. Let's see if he can keep on going for the late game.
Just another one of those bloody mechanics you have to learn. It's got a very small target profile as the UC, so it can often miss, you know, shots miss against it. Yeah. It just gets away, and yeah, it often ends up outliving, as you say, bigger vehicles. Talking about living, the 222's got a stern task, and the pack is in the exact position I was thinking it might be. He's possibly going to push it up in a moment, try and get rid of that mortar.
It's always a bit scary, isn't it, when there's one game left potentially in the series. Hands could close the show with this win. Is the pressure more on him, or is Elpen feeling it because he knows he's out if he loses? It's going to be definitely a war of mindsets.
As we get into the mid-game, no one's really got the mega upper hand here, you'd say.
No, they haven't. We are in for the long haul, Ed. I know we're only 14 minutes in, but it's really feeling like it's going to be a slow burner into a raging crescendo. And it's what we're seeing evolve. Both players have had decent squad preservation so far.
And the great scaling of Helpen's commander means late game he can really get a good combined arms push with P-Gren sprinting faster at veterancy next to the allied vehicles, as well as a call in from the Stuka close air support.
Oh, look at this! The Jaeger sprints in to get the AT off. Long range Faust on the UC to keep it out of engagement for a while.
Good veterancy. But 2-2's going to go in. Full dive mode from here from Elpen. Great aggression. Can he get out alive though? That would be the question.
Oh, can he get out alive indeed?
Jaeger's going to reload his fouls.
7 seconds left
one
though.
Snare doing work. Forces off the AC. Great play there from Elpan. So the little tricky bastard to deal with, the UC is down. That's a big win there for Elpan.
Sprint snare, I like it. Double tap on the abilities. We've got another call. I mean, I will keep giving people... I'm getting too many tags now in chat. It's distracting. People are like, oh, he's said Nakano's prediction. Only Nakano gets prediction rights. He says Alpern's going for a T4 in Brum. Sounds like a good one for this.
Yeah.
I think this map used to have a Brum Bear on it somewhere until it was realised that you could salvage it for a fuel.
T4 ticked. It just needs to make the building.
And it will help his reinforcement cost of P-Grens, right? Or did they get rid of that change? I can't remember now, whether they scrapped it or not. I think they just scrapped the faster capping bit, but they kept the reinforcement change. We'll see when it gets built.
To be a British infantryman with 8 Panzer Grenadiers highly trained with G43 rifles going north, that could be devastating for these support weapons and infantry sectors that have amassed. And here they come. They're going to come from the northern direction. Meanwhile, let's check out some other positions on the map as we go into the south. As the pack's gone really far up and it meets the AEC face on.
We've lost an anti-tank gun.
Ed, rather, is... Oh, nice bundle nade on the retreat path of the officer, but Hans actually just waits. That's clever, very clever. He has, by the way, completely decrewed the 6-pounder with this monstrous flank. And although the base howitzers trying to defend, the Panzer Grenadiers have marched forward. They're now looking to finish off some of these squads here, but the AC goes to body block for them. What do your Hawkeyes see, Ed?
Well, this is the great prophecy foretold of P-Grens being able to push in now with veterancy. Pack gun can't get an angle, though, on the AC, nor the mortar basement pit yet, but this is a really good push here from Elpan. He's gone for G43s on both his P-Grens. Don't know about that call. Could have gone for one as having shreds. Getting perhaps an extra P-Gren. Does have manpower for days. 900 nearly. He's going to get that soft win condition of reaching 2k manpower first.
Unfortunately, I have to report, Ed, I am slightly disappointed. I gave you the perfect in for another Lord of the Rings 2 Towers reference. Said, what do your Hawkeyes see? The only acceptable answer, of course, as the artillery rains death fire from above is a red moon rises. Blood has been spilled this night.
Yeah, but I'm not a fan of Orlando games, though.
Oh, mate, here we go. We've got the MG forced away as the Tommies have circumvented. The mortar is taken out by the pack from nearly the same position AE predicted. But we won't give AE that exact prediction. It wasn't on the money. Jaeger's forced away. MG now positions. How are you feeling now, Ed? What's happening on the battlefield? Are we thinking a bit stronger for Alpern, maybe?
It was a bit of an edgy choice from Hans to get that mortar pit. Especially in that position. We could just tell it wasn't going to be very well protected, so a bit of a blunder there from him. And Elpern going from strength to strength. There's the Michael call out with the Bumbar in tow. And I think Hans has just got to wait it out now until the Comets are available. He did lock in Royal Artillery Regiment.
And did, and happy Valentine's Day, Ed. Quinton Valentino, as you call him, is on the field.
Valentine popped out, straight up panic buy, but no AT gun as a support, so this Bumbar could do some serious work for Elpern. And he's got light artillery barrage, possibly the most underwhelming artillery barrage in the game.
Oh, bundle nade, and he tried to body block for him as well. Couldn't get it off, however. But yeah, light artillery barrages. It's pretty damn good, I think. It's utilized, I would say, the LAB.
Yeah, if you ignore it, it can really damage you. But yeah, it's quite easy to dodge and see coming.
Pack 40s have gone into position here. The Valentine doesn't know about it. Oh, well, they're facing 90-degree angles. Both vehicles have got to get out of there.
MG42 tap dancing on a landmine. An old Aerosmith style. I don't know why they're set up on the telemine, but Elpern knows best. Just clear out the bottom Royal Engineers on that VP, so could cap it up. Yeah, Elpern seems to be the one progressing further with his build orders here, faster than HelpingHans.
Oh, he's going for
telemine.
He is, and he's progressing very fast indeed into the anti-infantry capabilities. The Brumbear, Le Professeur of Destruction, is being joined by Commandant Werfer of Panzers. The Panzerwerfer is soon to be on the field. The Brumbear's now giving chase to the Valentine and putting it back in the base. Oh dear, oh dear.
Anti-tank gun
We've
ready
got a
to do some
6-pounder
damage.
and pack gun for Elpen to back up this Brumbar. It's going to be a hell of a menace. Werfer straight locked behind it as well. Pure indirect play here from Elpen. It's just going to bully the squads of HelpingHans.
Now
He doesn't have
capture
much of an
point.
answer,
They're trying to take it.
other than a cheeky flank maybe from the Valentine rushing the Werfer.
Oh, Brumbear on retreat there. Could he get another one on retreat as well? He's going to go for it. He's waiting for the reload. He's not even bothering with toggle hold fire.
Targeted on enemy
No, he's
capture
out
point.
of the field of view. Oh, but he gets him anyway. Shame he didn't have enough for a bunker busting barrel or a triple B of destruction. And I have to point this out, by the way, we have a creative name, a top 30 worldwide player, possibly top 20, saying the Werfer should be a Panther. So you heard it here first. This could have been a Panther instead. It would have possibly been a more solid choice, but you live and die with your rocket artillery on your first salvo, Ed.
I think Elpen's is going for the juggler here. He's going for like absolute annihilation. And a Brumbar backed up with a Werfer. He's got the ATs, so he doesn't really need a Panther at this stage. What's it going to fight? Just an AZ and a Valentine's? Kind of be a bit
Yeah,
overkill.
true.
Losing a capture
So
point.
I'm
as
with
long
Ed.
as he gets another P-Gran and puts it up with Shreks, I think he's got enough soft defense for the vehicles. It's the infantry now and the support weapons of Elpen that he needs to keep alive. And he just lost a P-Gran though in the last
Did he?
minute map.
Oh no, where did that die, mate?
Which is 50% of his P-Gran power. I think it died up north. Definitely wasn't south. And yeah, so costly loss there for Elpen. He needs to watch out with the old infantry. As we saw last game, he just bled out because he ran out of capping power.
See that A's on the side of Elpen here, wanting to see a game 5 as we see multiple deaths indeed. It's all over the bloody place right now.
At least this one-click ability, he's popped him straight back in. Never lost him. Jaeger's still here, please.
Here comes the on-map howitzer though. The packs have got to get the hell out of there. And that's the coordinated fires of the Brits as the Panzerwerfer does its first salvo. Tommies have to be careful. There they go, it's on the air landing officer. Just destroying 2 of them right now.
Worth early with 1 kill in his first barrage. Pretty underwhelming there from Elpen.
Bundle nade on the MG, getting rid of it there.
The gun is not crude. Not anymore.
It's good back and forth though, and now we see a Cromwell, so not saving for the comments. Quite rare during this meta from Hans, but he feels like he needs some presence now with anti-tank, and Cromwell's going to have to fill that role and keep
Really?
the
Oh, nice
the
smoke
Brumbar in
here.
check.
Look at that. He's trying to stop the Vickers being taken out. He's smoking him out with the Valentine. That's clever. But the Brumbear, of course, has very good anti-support weapon strategy of blasting it with high explosive shells. Pioneer's going to go forward to take it now rather than destroy it. That is cheeky. Using the smoke HelpingHans used against him to his advantage. And he gets it.
Smoke goes both ways. Great nick there from Elpen, right under the nose of HelpingHans. He's going to be raging with that one. Oh, Brumbar just overshoots. He doesn't opt for the hold fire, like you said, Matt. Sometimes it can be a bit unwieldy without using the hold fire. Oof. But it is finally ignited though, this game. Good back and
Enemy
forth
cruising
here after a
trouble.
slow burn
Trying
to
to
start.
take one of our points.
Both players now, full aggression mode. Knocking lumps out of each other.
Infantry section and officer in the centre, overwatching the devastation as this battlefield becomes battle-scarred. He knows those Jaegers are there, and the Cromwell rather eats a big shot and a snare, but it gets a good distance away before it's damaged. But the Brumbear and double pack combinations on the hunt, and he's backing the Valentine into a corner. Royal Engineers are trying to get the repairs together, but Elpen is out in force in the north.
Yeah, taking out this AT gun. Oh, does get smoked though by the Cromwell.
We have
Good plays
200
there
points
from
now.
Elpen.
Oh,
From
nice,
Hans'
by the way.
side.
Look at this this assault officer going for the Panzer Grenadiers as they lobby a light gammon in.
They're not quite shock troops. They're not worth simply for that long on the retreat path for. And here comes the Panzer weapon for the second barrage.
On the centre.
Yep. took out a couple of models again. Gets up to 3 and nearly half to Vet 1, so not too bad, not too bad.
Do you know what Alpern's just unlocked? He's just unlocked the Stuka close air support, that devastating loiter from the Stukas, which could be really powerful, especially against lighter tanks such as the Valentine and the Cromwell.
Yeah, twin that with a big GG all-in push. I do feel Alpen does need a bit more infantry. One more P-Gran to be rebuilt. Oh no, he can delete his own telemine. He does. Rumbub. Bit sloppy there from Alpen.
Old Fire Master Race is what he needs.
Yeah, doesn't believe in it, it seems. And
Nice
one's there on both teams, so it's going to be dodgy if there's a big armor push from Hans.
He needs to get those damaged engine dreams.
And he deleted his own teller there, so hopefully he gets some tellers put down, but does nerf his own timing on the stupid close air support.
Oh, here we go. We've got the Valentine being ripped apart by the seams from the Pack 40s, and they get the kill indeed. I haven't done a replay for a while, so I fancy one. I just haven't done one for a while, so we're going to watch one just because I have the technology.
Go for it.
It's a slow moment in the game, we might as well. There we go.
Our opponents are seizing a sector.
Always good seeing Quinton Valentino get his just desserts. Double AT gun there from Alpen coming into work, and one of them being a stolen one. It does now lock in the Panther, so it's got all that indirect prowess as the as the Panzerwerfer opens up.
Oh, that's a nice one. That's a very nice one, but the pattern was very lucky for Hans. There's his luck. He's found it.
It did like an outline of the squad.
Panther's now on its way, so Alpen's doubling down with all the possibilities of what he needs. And he does have 2 Pioneers as well, so he can cap a little bit, even though he's only got the 2 infantry squads. So he's got a really well-rounded army now. 81 pop cap he's sitting on. Hans, meanwhile, at 69 kappa. And, yeah.
And 3 MGs for Alpen, including a stolen Vickers, as we saw earlier. It's just, I don't know, it's a game 1 all over again, where it's gone heavy into support weapons, and Hans just hasn't had the answer for it. Doesn't even have 2 Royal Engineers, so its repair time is going to be dwindling.
MG's uncovered in the north. There's the Tommies and the Vet 3 Assault Officer. Watch on him! What an uncovering it was! It was an uncovering and an absolute destroying. As we have a crawl race on. No, it's just one crawler. They're not going to last much more as the Panther emerges. Look at that beauty! I'm going to have to get a cinematic on that one, but it's one of my favourite camos in the game because the wheels look really cool, Ed.
It's come with full swag this time. The big kitty in the north. Does finally gets a crush. Good XP for it as well. They all count.
Brumbear on the retreat path. Oh my god, the ducks are lined up in a lovely little row here, but as are the AT guns. Brumbear forced away with the Cromwell in hot pursuit. Can't penetrate that sloped frontal thick armour. Thick with a double C as the Panther makes its capabilities known.
AT gun can't pen the Panther. Helping Hands in trouble here. Cromwell still alive, but low HP. And
Panzerwerfer, where's it going to land? Oh dear, oh dear. On the base exit, if he just fired it a little bit sooner, that could have been devastating.
Yeah, good idea though. Tried to bottleneck them in. Sparta 300 style and try and wipe them out with some rocket artillery. But no luck there for Alpen. I think Hans cancelled the second Cromwell and gone for the Sexton. Okay.
You can't spell Sexton without one word, and that's ton. He's going to be unveiling a ton of artillery in Alpen's general direction, and we're going to see that very soon. He's got the Valentine for spotting. Sexton's going to line up with that huge howitzer.
Yeah, 25-pounder with trees ready to go. So I think he's just got 2 triggered by Alpen's indirect, and he's going to try and match it. Go toe for toe with him in the indirect department, but yeah, Alpen's got to be laughing at this one. He's like, oh, I don't think the Panther can't dive with double AT guns to support.
No. Well, I suppose it's a good job he's got the bloody Panther now, because even if the packs do get taken out, he's got one of the best anti-tank tanks in the game.
Yeah, just when it looked dire though for Hans in an earlier game of the series, he did put it back, so he's never out of it. Still got 100 VPs. This time.
Just a little bit of terraforming by Hans' Sexton at the moment. Not too much to shout about, quite frankly. Just a lot of FPS drops and such. Very nice. As the Panzergrenadier's cap and the Cromwell, the worst detective in the world, solves the case of the mysteriously capping point very late in the day.
Does push them out though finally. The 18 guns force now. All man on deck to cap VPs.
Oh, and here's the Panzerkampfgruppen on the march. The Panther and the Brumbearer, Veraboo's wet dream, and an allied player's worst nightmare appear. And look at this rifle nade, juicy on Helping Hands' infantry section. And we haven't even called this out, Ed. Look at this bunker in the south. That is a hype bunker. It's been in a lot of work. Zara 47.
Love a good bunker me. Have triggered many a 2v2 player. Been called bunker spamming noob at the end of the game, but if they lose to that, then well, it's on them, I guess. And there's a telemine in front of it as well, so if Hans goes to try and take it out with an AEC, for example, that could be a one-pop.
Nice. So that the best thing about bunkers and why you do see them at the elite level is, of course, they don't cost any population whatsoever, so you can build as many of them as your heart desires.
And it's great for Elpen's army composition because it doesn't
he's
have
close to
many
it now.
fighting infantry.
On the retreat path, after killing the bunker, he will hit the tower, surely. The pack sensed it, though. They came in for the kill, and unfortunately for them, the Tommies were waiting. Meanwhile, in the centre, the officer dares try and cap the victory point, but the Sexton's also firing, so he needs to be careful. And what an overshot! The Pioneers are obliterated by the Sexton, and a new round comes in against the Panzergrenadiers, possibly. But the Panther eats it instead, and they all escape scot-free, except for that poor Pioneer squad.
Yeah, Hans needs to double time his infantry, even if they're not fully reinforced. He needs to get out there and start capping VPs now. Infantry section, I know they've been bolstered to 5-man, but he can make do with 4. He needs to get out there fast. Like, you see them all healing back at the base. That's just, you can't afford that. Doesn't have the time anymore. And there he goes. Here's the cry. He gets on out there.
Nice replay as well by A. I decided to show that tank dying 20 minutes ago instead of the artillery. I forgot to press Control S. I pressed Shift and S. Kill me now. As the Cromwell looks to finish off Hans's resistance period, because he's now coming back on the offense. He's had enough of playing defense.
Panzerwerfer here. There's only one snare, remember, folks. It's just the Jaeger infantry squad that can snare for Elpen. Look at his downfall.
Panther and Brumbear deleting the bushes in base, trying to get out of base, quite frankly, because Hans is back, baby. Here comes the Panzerwerfer, though, in answer.
In the mid. Needs to get out of there.
Oh, the Panzerwerfer nearly finishes off the AEC. Yep. Oh, and there you go. Cromwell bites the dust thanks to the packs. Back on the attack. Elpen was pegged back, but here he is again.
Really good micromanagement there from his repair Pioneers. For Elpen, he's got the Panther pretty much good to go, and there's a lot of damaged vehicles, and I say it again, only one Royal Engineer for Hans. He's desperately trying to get a second out, but I think it's far too late in the game. 33 minutes with only one engineer.
Oh, here he comes. That beautiful Panzerkampfwagen Fünf is after the damaged engine vehicles. He's after the Sexton. Anything can lay his hands on, but the Vet 2 6-pounder plays hero role and defends Hans's position. Worth noting, by the way, I know Elpen has a heck ton of victory points, but Hans has had a momentary triple cap on, so that will help out.
And the kaleidoscope wheels of that Panther keep churning. It's mesmerizing when it moves.
That's beautiful. I got a good cinematic of that. Lovely.
But yeah, Hans, he has the infantry section, so tanks don't cap VPs. You know, we're not USF, we're not Soviets Fed 1 here. That could prove all the difference. Good flank here from Hans with the assault officer. Forces one of the MGs back. There's only 2 now for Elpen, so he can't use an MG per VP.
Bundle made in on the officer. But misses. It's going straight to the wire if Hans can keep up his resistance, but with the Brumbear, fierce crusher of any said resistance, it's going to be a tough task. The Panzerwerfer, by the way, only has 4 kills. The Sexton has 0 kills, everybody. And here comes its, I think it's its 4th barrage by now. And it's just not having any luck, TM.
And if you see this from Elpen, is probably the difference between a year ago and now in this play. Such good presence of mind. Goes and caps the bottom VP, then gets back to fixing the Panther. Just keeping that pressure on Hans.
And it's a good
Really like
rebuild
that.
as well, by the way. The Pioneers were rebuilt, the ones that were lost to that howitzer barrage, so not very costly. And Hans having a little bit of fatigue issues right now, sending a Royal Engineer to their imminent demise as the Panther bunny hops over the craters, Co-1 styley, rolling into the north, looking for the Sexton. The Sexton quivers in fear and backs out of there.
It's a good thing I didn't have a $1,000 to bet. I've been looking pretty poor at the moment.
On the base
Alpine has
exit.
definitely overcome the Hans Brits factor. Some smart doctrine.
Oh, LAB as well. Where's the LAB on? It's on this 6-pounder. Can he see it in time? As the Brumbear is destroying it. The officer might run into the artillery fire here. This could be bad.
Oh, the spread is equally bad though.
Yeah.
Oh, see, it's just a bit too slow to pull down. Got a
Oh,
long
Brumbear
time
eats
to-
2 big shots. Not before he gets a parting blow. Very close.
Bounces the killing death blow. Did get the shot off there, did Hans.
Oh, but the AC's
He's
going
gonna
in
be
for it.
raging.
The AC's going in for the Brumbear. He's going to sacrifice his life. He's going to go into base. The Panther knows what's happening. The AC pops smoke. He does not care. He's looking for that killing blow on the Brumbear. He goes past. He gets a shot in on the Panzerwerfer. That's not a kill shot. However, Brumbear meets him straight in the face. Alpern's trying to save his life here. AC's going in as the coordinated fire goes in. So does the AC die. He gets him.
By Jove, he got him.
Oh, yes, he did.
He could have even taken out the Panzerwerfer, but I think good choice there to keep going in ham on the... Oh, that was a great takedown of the Brumbear there from Hans. MLG plays from him. Ballsy stuff here from the Brit.
Yeah, it was very ballsy indeed. As we need to keep an eye on this one because Hans has 15 victory points remaining and they're beginning to tick down. He knows there's Panzer Grenadiers in the north, so he sent the Cromwell to crush them. Nice! He gets a big crush off! Holy shit!
The whole squad. GTA 2, eat your heart out. Elvis has left the building. And Panzer Grenadiers getting rebuilt now from Alpen. Did have a big manpool saved up, but that frees up the VP. Hans can claw back into it. Oh, needs to keep his Cromwell there to defend against a wave of Pioneers.
Oh, Cromwell watching on as the Jaegers finish the job. He's still capping in the north after the excellent crush. More Panzer Grenadiers, Alpha Alpern. He's going to go for another one perhaps, but no, the 6-pounder watches on. Panthers going to try and bait him into the path of the pack.
It's just the little things, but it's the little things that make up all the distance in the end. And Hans sprinted his squad in with the officer ability onto that infantry section to stop the cap.
Oh, Jaegers could
MLG
die here.
stuff.
Oh, they just about survive. We've got so many flares from HelpingHans. The early warning system engaged as he's got a spot. He's got to play with every morsel and fabric of his elite gamer skills because he needs to win this one. He wants to finish it off somehow, but he's got 9 victory points, Ed, and he's going to hang on to every single one of them.
Cool. He doesn't need to meet Hans's fanaticness here. He just needs to stay calm, go and repair your stern panzer.
What's he doing with that Brumbear?
Oh,
Assassinated,
second one
headshotted by
down.
multiple 6-pounders. Vet 3. One even phased through the kill just to double confirm it and curb stomp it out of existence. Hans could be back. This could be one of the most spirited comebacks of all time. Panzer Grenadiers getting destroyed by the Cromwell. Possibly this could...
changing mag on the Sten gun. Oh,
no.
Can't pick it up though. Need to get fixed at that Cromwell, in fact. Double
How-
pack gun still up for Elpen. He does have the Nebelwerfer and a Panther. He's not out of it yet, but what a huge blow losing that second Stern Panzer. Hans, if anything, needs desperately a UC carrying a squad, anything, to go down and clear out this MG in the south and really get the triple cap singing
Yes.
them for him.
It's just, well, you say that. Well, no, you're right. I won't say you're wrong on that one because either he just goes for a hold on 2 victory points, very dangerous. He tries to keep 3 juggling at all times. He's got a choice there, and he does have a little bit of an infantry advantage now, especially on the veterancy front. Don't forget, Alpern's had to rebuild a lot of his infantry. Panzerwerfer now, where's it firing? Predictably on the retreat path
Straight
of
on
this.
the head.
Yeah.
But it clears the squad off crucially, so his Pioneers straight in there for the decap. Good work there from Alpan. It is
Oh,
predictable,
the
but
Sexton
Hans is
finally gets a
predictable in
kill.
his positioning.
The Sexton finally gets a kill there. It's now up to 4 kills, and you just saw it. Panthers going for yet another crush as Alpern's trying to finish the job. We've got smoke in from the Cromwell to help out and allowing, actually, the infantry section to sit in the capping circle. But here comes a possible bundle nade from the Panzer Grenadiers as the Panther watch is on. Here it comes, tossed over in the path. No.
Oh, nades his own pioneers. They have
I
to get that out
know.
of there. But no nade tech here from Hans, I don't think. Nope. Doesn't have the Mills bomb. Doesn't have the manpower for it. Oh, this is one hell of a destruction derby in the mid here with infantry.
Oh yes, we had a squad wipe there as the Panther could die. The Cromwell pushes in. 6-pounders could confirm the kill. He can't penetrate. Every shot is not penetrating. As the Panther escapes, we have coordinated fire come down, but here comes the other Cromwell. Everything's trying to get back to base for Elpen. He needs to keep his units alive to thwart the comeback, but Hans smells blood.
Elpen, get on that North VP, send anything, just a pioneer, anything. Forget the Panther, it sucks. Go for the VPs.
Oh, wow.
Hans may have this in his grip. Just needs to look it. Oh no, Helping Hans cap in the middle. Get on that VP.
Yeah.
Just sitting next to it. Oh my god, shades of his game against, I don't know who it was.
Nagano,
or
let's
somebody.
say, but I remember that one of Feynman. Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh, with the penals just sat out. Yeah.
Thing is, Ed, we keep hyping this up like this could be the comeback. We've got 327 victory points for Alpen. If you look at the graphs as well, it's not like
But it's the
Hans
morale
has a
factor.
mega lead. They have the
No, but
same
look at his
army value.
vehicles. Hans is just another push away from closing out this game.
He needs
So
to do
only
it now,
one
though, is what
snare
I'm
back.
saying. On 9 victory points, you cannot afford right now Alpen to recoup, resuscitate, and reinvigorate, and replenish his units for a counter-attack. Oh, on the retreat path as well with the Panzerwerfer. Oh dear, as the Wehrmacht march in. Hans is recoiling. He can't afford to do it. The Sexton's firing. He's overshooting the victory point. This could be the cap that finishes the job.
That's it, yeah. The officer's going to give it one last heroic charge, maybe just for the memes.
No, throw everything in, Hans. You can't afford to stall at this point. This is game. We're heading to game 5, everybody. We're heading to an historic ace game. What a quarterfinal we're watching.
I don't know, game 5 isn't quite there yet.
I tell you it is. We're getting 8 victory points remaining. We've got a victory point. So we got to... Oh, I'll tell you what, though. If all of these units mysteriously die in this infantry section, let's watch the KD on this infantry section. As Hans re-emerges, Cromwell's going to finish off the Panzer Grenadier. The Pat 40s are trying to reposition. Indeed, the Cromwell's down, but the Tommies keep firing. Jaeger's Vet 3, they've got 32 bloody kills, and the infantry section forced away. They have to retreat. Panzerwerfer goes into the middle as a distraction technique. Panther's trying to stop the Royal Engineers, saving the day as Helping Hands Life Force ebbs away. What a battle that was.
Well played.
GG, well played indeed. So there you go. We're now entering Game 5 territory. Allies are clearly OP after 2 Wehrmacht wins in a row. And we are going to be on the map known only as... let's just double check. It is indeed Crossroads.
Yeah. White Flash's masterpiece. And what a game if we just debrief there. Hans had his chance to come back there. He nearly secured the comeback fully, but Elpen clung on for dear life, kept everything into the mid VP. The North VP completely ignored at times, and the South well protected by Elpen's MG crew for much of that game. And Hans somewhat be kicking himself there because that was definitely one he could have closed out the show with a 3-1. As it happens, though, it's gone back. They're neck and neck again, folks. 2-2. We're going to give you a best of 5 here, so we couldn't have asked for any more on that front. And yeah, I'm pumped for it. I think Elpen definitely going to have a huge confidence boost after that game. He beat Hans the way Hans beats other players, and he drew him out and baited him into the long game and held the VPs well. And yeah, just can't wait for the 5th game now, Matt.
No, me neither. It's going to be just over 5 minutes away. They haven't actually started yet. This is live with a 5-minute delay, so obviously the players can't watch the stream and get intel, etc. Or intel that's actually worth looking at. So welcome, new viewers. I can sense that there's quite a few of you. I'll tell you a little bit about the Master League. It's fan-created esports kind of vibe for a very, very organic and beautiful community. Competitive game. We're not pro. We just like to play this game very seriously, and we just love coming heroes. And it's just a bloody good laugh to watch, as you can appreciate. Getting some people saying this is the coolest shit I've seen in an RTS game, etc. So yeah,
all the bias came out there in the last few minutes for Hans. I like to see the underdog come back, but
yeah,
also
me too.
he happens to be British, and so do we. But yeah, we couldn't hide it there. But there's just some really good dives, really good ability usages there from Hans. Especially with forcing his infantry squad to sprint into the mid to decap it, to give him that hope on 9 VPs. But yep, dashed away with those hopes and dreams by Alpen's skill and persistence there. So paid off.
Dev wants to duocast, and I get a sense. Sorry, I keep interrupting you. I'm a twat, aren't I? He wants to duocast, and the reason he does, I've got an idea, is because Helping Hands has been a little bit. With a lot of constructive criticism when he's cast Dev M in the past year or so. So I'm thinking that Dev M wants to get his own back and like be, I wouldn't have done this here, and no, that's terrible there, that kind of thing. But if Dev M, if you want to do some casting, I'm sure that Ed could do one semi-final, and maybe you do the other one next Saturday if Ed wants to step aside. That'd be good, because you didn't have a very good... Dev M, you lost Asiaman today, which is unfortunate. 3-0, oh well. We've also got another result in, Ed. We just had this has just been populated by our glorious referee master race. Isildur has beaten Nagano 3-1. So there you go.
Yeah, but Isildur hardly ever turns up, so it's amazing. Like, he's the dark horse that could just wipe everybody because no one actually plays against him in tourneys. So next level strats there from Isildur, potentially delaying his run to the end of the race. It's going to come sprinting past all the competition. But that's going to be a tasty next weekend now.
It's going to be absolutely godly, Ed. It's
going to be godly,
my friend.
Can Open God keep the train a chugging with this second win over Hans and a best of 5 now? Both players gotta be sweating. They've got to be feeling the fatigue, and we'll just see who can hold it down for the longest in game 5. I can't believe it's gone this way, especially with Alpen's performances yesterday. You think maybe he's, burnt out all his Ko2 pro juices in a day against Loveness, but no, it is for real, folks. He's here to stay.
Tell you what, we're starting to see a new cabal of top-level players. A lot of the proven seasoned veterans are falling by the wayside today, if you think about it. I mean, Helping Hands is the last of the old guard still going, because Loveness has been knocked out, Nagano and Dev M. All biting the dust with, and Von Ivan in round 2 as well. So the old kind of top elite level tier has been having a run for its money these days, let's say.
Yeah, which keeps the seeding interesting for future tourneys and mixes things up a bit. So it's definitely I think it's a good thing to have more competition. You don't want the boring old Monopoly, do you, of like the same one or two players always in the finals. So Loveness already out, so there we go. One of the big they're like Germany in a football World Cup. They normally always get to the final or thereabouts. But no, Loveness is out early, so things are wide open now. Isildur's coming back with a vengeance, proving that Helping Hands isn't the only top pro UK player out there. And we've got Borrow Badger in the wins. It could be future UK hope. And yeah.
Bringing it up on screen now, that's the global seeding list for Coming Heroes tournaments as created by myself. As I'm an accountant by trade, so this is one thing I'm genuinely actually good at, rather than all the stuff I try and tell you I'm good at. This is a list of all the tournament activity, and you want to figure out, somebody's just said something that's not true in chat. Hi, Key Fusey's just made up a fact. Oh, Hans has never won a tournament. Just go on this list. Have a little look down, you find that Hans has won a tournament.
It's on YouTube. You
can
see it. Yeah.
He won one, a big one.
I remember OKW on Road to Kharkov.
Yeah, that was, oh my God, that's so true.
When Shreks was still a thing in Volks, and it's the first kind of tourney that I ever
saw when I was
Really?
getting into
So
the
Helping
game.
Hands versus Jove was your first ever thing you saw back in December
No, it was
2015?
Jove against Nagano was the first I ever saw. But
Oh,
then I
okay.
backdated myself and saw if Hans ever won a tourney. And yeah, I remember that one.
Ooh,
And
Hans is... Oh, Hans is in chat, just to call
he's
out Ed.
there or
Played so bad
thereabouts with the
last...
tops.
Hans is in chat, Ed. He's just said, played so bad last game, gonna turn on the gears. Silly mistakes last game, let's Pudding
Fight
do this.
talk.
Oh, he's
Think,
he's
Lord-
called it out.
Lord Elpan will have something to say
Oh,
about that.
he has. He says, and just you wait, and uses his own emotes. So we're getting the full... Let's bring that up on screen, because the
Elpen
YouTube
wide
audience
boy.
will want to see this banter. That's good stuff.
Best
That's really
emote in the
good.
world. Hands Creep versus Open Wide emote. It's a good battle. But even better, well, within the K2 realms. So I think evenly poised, 2-all, everything to play for. It's just basically whoever gets access OP, right?
Exactly, yeah, Kappa. Well, we've got 2 for 2 now with allies and their match wins, so it's all to play for. And the players are clearly showing that they're having a very well-deserved break, and Ed and I deserve a break too. We've got a lot of plugs out of the way. Go and check out all the exclamation marks and do your thing. We've had one more. I think we had one more patron, by the way. I'll just give him a quick shout out because before I forget that. Yeah, I know it's cracking. Another a doobly doo. $5 sergeant, and he's also a coder, and he sent me this message. He said, oh, no, we've had one more as well, hang on. We've had Artem, who gave me the message, I'm a coder, can give you $5 a month, but is there anything else you need? Which is pretty cool sounding, isn't it? And then obviously that guy from earlier, so nice.
Very generous from the support of the community, keeping tourneys like this alive. And yeah, just going from strength to strength, so it's much appreciated. And yeah, it keeps AE doing what he does best and organizing tourneys for us, as well as other people within the community as well. The love is all shared across, and that's one great thing about the community, is that everyone helps out each other, and yeah, we like to embody that spirit going forward as well.
You know, Ed was not egotist like me, so he won't give himself shout-outs, but go check out his Twitch channel. Give him some love and follows, and when he finally gets
on Twitch.
when he finally gets an internet link that'll allow him to stream again, I'm sure he will. So give him follow so you can see him when he does so. He's very entertaining, of course. Very entertaining.
We gotta love it. And yeah, Kimbo in chat as well. So he's progressed through. Kruwitz, I heard, got the bug and couldn't play his game. So Kimbo marches on. He's another, well, relatively within the last year, a new name for the household. He's transferred from 2v2 to 1v1 so well.
Joining the master race, indeed. It's the best way to play. It's mano a mano, isn't it, Ed? It's the way to play, isn't it?
3v3 kids in chat like, oh.
It is true, though.
But I'm
terrible.
Across the vine.
I'm terrible, but I've never played team games because I know the real guys play as 1v1. You can have friends and play 1v1. It's just you don't rely on those friends to help you fight.
I kind of feel
you fight
bad
on your
for
own.
the 3v3 world because they've got such a shit choice of maps. It's
they have, yeah.
They're not quite the 4v4 chads, and they're not quite the 2v2 little nerds. So they're just stuck in the ether of like hoping somebody is misclicked by leaving 3v3 on. It doesn't quite have 4 friends, all 3 other friends to play with. But yeah. We give them a lot of shit, but it's all in.
It's all in good fun. 2v2 especially has its place. It's just I can't do a Master League for 2v2 because the bloody Excel-y numbers involved. There's not enough tournaments and it's too confusing and difficult to organise. Quite frankly, I'd love to if we had like a website maybe in the future, but difficult right now where we are. I'm gonna invite Ed, and then we're gonna have a 3-minute break, and we'll be straight in with Game 5 of Helping Hands versus Elpern. So do not go anywhere, and I just know you won't. So thank you. Hello there, and welcome to the... One sec. F my life. I'll do that again. Do that again. Up a good one. What he scores? Hello there, and welcome to Game 5, the ace game decider of this best of 5 series, a quarter-final for Master League 2, the Commander Terminator. You're finding one of the most famous co-players of all time in the South as his historic Brit faction having VP control. He chose them. It is indeed Helping Hands. Who do we find in the North at 80 Hertz?
In the North, we have the newly crowned King of Sweden of the Co, Lord Elpan. And he is insta-locked in Scaven Doctrine. Is this a bit of Isildur cosplay, or has he just ran out of other good commanders? We'll see. But the old Flak Panzer IV Ostwind could be on show here, Matt. I love this unit, as well as the JLI with the bundle infiltration nades. So yeah, we're poised here for an absolute slobber knocker in Game 5. They tied it up in 2-all across 2 great maps, and it's very fitting here that we get White Flash's masterpiece for the 5th. It is Crossroads.
Oh, it is a masterpiece. It's one of those rare maps. It's the best map in co-history, quite frankly. And it just came together beautifully. I mean, this map maker hated the Co-2 territory system, but he was able to create a better map than he ever did in Co-1 with it. So it can't be that bad, surely. But indeed, it is indeed a fantastic map. I can't speak more highly of it. And to be honest, co-competitive fans are probably sick of it by now, but there's a good reason you're sick of it. It's because we see it so often in tournaments.
Yeah, Hans has used the old artillery regiment last game, so I think it's going to go back to the old Helping Hands mattress mobile assault regiment for this game. Let's see if the commanders make a show here in the 5th and decide a loser goes out here, folks. Need I to remind you if you've just joined us. And Elpen already looking busy on the map. Straight away getting involved with Stern Pirates, but they are met with 2 separate squads of infantry sections, so a bad old time charging into that.
There's a Lee Enfield sandwich right now as the rear guard action from the Tommies is obliterating the Stern Pioneers on retreat. He's body blocking him as well just before he jumps into the garrison to get some more shots off and then jumps out again. Hans is unleashing his full potential. He warned us about this in chat. He said he was going to go full pelt in this game. He's going to try and obliterate Alpern, show what an elite level tournament former world champion can do.
And last time for Alpen's OKW, it did not go well, Matt. We saw one of the quickest wins in the series for Hans there, and he was Brits. Alpen, the Brave, has locked in OKW again against Brits. Don't know who got the choice of faction or what, but yeah, already on Crossroads as Brits, long-range Lee Enfields in green cover. Gotta say, the early game advantage will tip to Helping Hands.
Certainly will, as the Tommies are now continuing their assaults. Alpern has kept hold of his fuel points. He's got some good barbed wire down as well in some of these light cover positions, which is going to allow him to hold the fort for a while longer, despite Hans' superior tactical engagements thus far.
Damned enemies trying to take a point from us.
And Alpen with the big upset yesterday, David versus Goliath moment of knocking out Hans. This was just crowned it on top, won't it, Matt? With taking out Helping Hands as well. The mega on his resume
as well there. It would be. He's a scalper, Ed. He's literally getting you and taking your scalp, and he's got plenty of the elite crown jewels now, having taken out some really good players in Master League 1. And now in Master League Tournament 2, he's continuing that. He's also forcing Helping Hands to use some really good commanders, so even if Helping Hands were to beat him, he's not going to have many of his stalwarts remaining. So yeah, Alpern's playing the long haul. He doesn't want to just beat some top-level names, Ed. He wants to go for glory. He's using some really off-meta commanders, isn't he?
Do it in style. I think he's going to go... Alpern will go back for tier 1, though. He did try last game, but we may see a flak half-track instead, because it's a wide old map as Crossroads. There's a lot of ground to cover, and a flak half-track could help with that, but it looks like Alpern instead may be going for tier 2, as he's dropped down the first medic crates. So we could see Luke's into Puma again instead.
Orange Pest says not going for the UC is a meme. He's gone for 4 Tommies, and he's just trying to play as well as he can with one of the best infantry units in the game all round, to be honest. And that's indeed what he's going for. He's going narrow side against the garrison of this infantry section, but they are being gunned down from the north with that Throat Grenadier there. Meanwhile, we've got Alpern getting active in the east with now, that's right, a Jaeger Light Infantry recon squad.
Yep, and he does in fact save up just to go for battle groups, so he will have enough fuel straight away for a flak half-track, but somehow I think it might be a big old store to tier 4 and P4, especially against Brits. Does help out.
Alpern did something really cool in the middle there, Ed. He jumped out of the garrison, tempted Hans in, and then jumped back in until he got the Sturm Pioneers in position. And now he's leaving it as a bait. He's got all these Sturmgewehrs ready to shoot you like a... Well, he was. If you were to go in the garrison, he's toying with Hans. Alpern is playing at the height of his powers as well. And that's present in the TAC map. He has, you know, restocked his territorial control.
One slight mistake there from Hans, and a bit due to his conservative style of play. He had the squad forced off in the mid, the Volks. The cutoff was wide open to decap with his 5-man bongo squad there in the mid, VP. And instead, he sits to cap VP. I think that's a bit of an opportunity lost there from the Brit player.
Indeed, and the JLIs are getting absolutely murked at the moment. Tommy's forcing them away. Back in the east, we've got Foch Grenadiers who are going to get gunned down on retreat, no doubt. They're actually building right now, getting more received... Less received accuracy, that's how it works, yeah. Stats are difficult to talk about in coming here. There's a lot of them.
Double negatives always screw it up in my mind, yeah. But a lot of sneaky red cover on this map as the Volks sprint home on the eastern side, forced off there by Hans. He's finally going to get his fuel back under control. And indeed, Ricky Rifle's cut-off point. Building though on red cover, that's not going to go well against JLI with G43s. Quickly renegotiates his position now.
A Blair Witch Project style arrangement of infantrymen in the centre there. And indeed, I did get it wrong. It should have been more received accuracy. It was very difficult to talk about for 5 hours of casting, but I'm glad that somebody was there to correct me as the Sturm Pioneers get behind the green cover on the western side. The Royal Engineers are trying to flank them and get those Sten guns in action.
Indeed. Flame Nade, though, it's forcing out that Vickers. Good play there from Lord Alpern. And beware, beware, he does have 3 CPs, so this is the unlock of infiltration tactics. Basically, every model in the squad can throw a grenade. And it
very cheap grenades as well.
Yeah, it can mass up very quickly as the Vickers squad sticks around to set up and gets sniped by the G43s.
Oh dear.
Of the JLI.
He's going to have to battle against these infantrymen, though. He's going to need this Foch Grenadier if he wants any shot of getting the Vickers. He's not going to get it. Might as well stay behind green cover. As of course the AEC is on its way, doesn't even need to be said. It's almost like every single game, practically.
It is great though. Another little tool to force Brits out of green cover, where they excel. Those infiltration tactics used well there from Alpern, but so much green cover, such as the proficiency of the both players. There's so much green cover around that mid VP that the section will be able to hold on. As we see an AEC enter the field map.
Here he is. And in the north, we've just had battle group headquarters with the heals available for Mr. Alpern. The Jarl in the making, as his Sturm Pioneers occupy the one-story house. And the AEC comes to tell a same old story of an anti-tank armoured car with excellent anti-infantry capabilities, as the infantry action are going to done this very... Oh, poor health Jaeger squad. Oh dear, there's a Vickers on retreat as well with this uncommon amount of damage. Has it targeted it? Gets behind green cover though. He's going to know he can't survive. The Vickers just had the angle on the cover there. The cover could not save his life. Look at this angle. The Vickers was firing over that angle there and takes him out past the sandbags. Oh dear, oh dear.
Never underestimate the damage of the Vickers. The highest DPS and MG in the game, folks. And when it's in a building, the highest ranged MG in the game. So pretty deadly there. Helping just miscalculating his retreat path, but does sneak in to get a fuel cap down on the eastern flank. And did make 2 JLIs, so big brain moves by him. He knew he was going to lose one, so he had another one as insurance.
Mobilize the reserves. The first wave has died.
Indeed, Elpern has a second JLI, and as Ed rightfully mentioned, he did have the fuel cut off, and the infantry section is going to try and deal with that. I'm going to say he's going to need probably a Rakettenwerfer for an MG34 to stabilize the front, having lost 1 infantry squad. Back in the centre, we have the Vickers and the Tommy section pushing up. And the fuel is being decapped. Alpern's also fallen below 400 victory points. Hans is on familiar territory here. There's no advantage from all these players that have been scrimming a lot more than James on all these custom maps. He's on one of the famous tournament maps here, and it's like a duck in water.
Speaking of scrimming, Hans picked up a 2-0 over Kimbo on the stream the other day, so
You know, he's been busy too this time. He hasn't just woke up straight into the tourney, got out of bed and been playing Sekiro, run through the night before or whatever. He's been concentrated on KO2 in the last few days, much to the KO fans of his delight. And I think, yeah, he's reaching new gears and just regaining that kind of dominance he did have a few years ago in the game.
AC firing through the hedgerow there, as we've got the cutoff being retaken by Alpern, giving him some territory sectors. I've heard they're useful. And yeah, it's a tricky prospect going up against HelpingHans in this kind of form on this map. Alpern, stretched to his absolute limits, is showing himself that he's a new tournament fan favourite, but he's got a lot of work to do in order to make a stake in this game. Mine down in the west.
Yeah, and as we see, a lot of the time those lulls in the fighting on crossroads does give you a chance to regain the lines, and that's what Alpern's going to do with these Stern Pioneers. Hopefully get a cap up. Nope. HelpingHans cap style from Alpern here. Not getting that point. There we go.
I think, is that point perfectly spherical? You have to, yeah, it is. You just have to be in the bush in order to cap it from that side.
Yeah, it's just he somehow found the only bit of the bush where he couldn't be capping.
Oh, Foch are very low. Oh, they were lucky to survive. Vickers has pushed up really far in. Tommy's also protecting the flank there. And Elpern's in a mass retreat scenario.
And if Hans was going for his infiltration commanders, he is a bit late on selecting that one. I do believe Lend-Lease is kind of past its best moments of the game as well, so it's probably a toss-up between Special Weapons Regiment or Mobile Assault, and Special Weapons does have a Crocodile for the very late game map.
Should he even need it? Should he even need it? Because Alpern is getting farmed at the moment, and Hans is in dominant control in this anticlimactic game 5 thus far. Mines are being swept, and now restocks with a British variety.
Yeah, I feel the OKW pick was a bit strange from Alpern, given its absolute one-sided defeat to Hans' Brits as OKW earlier in this series, but must have believed in it for some reason. And pushing out now into the red smoke, artillery flares up. Warning signs for Alpern's infantry, you have to back away. And the AC's barely had anything to do with that. It somehow picked up 4 kills, but yeah. No light vehicle here from Alpern. Didn't commit to the old Asian Mint style flak half track. Instead, it's going for that fast tier 4. Does have the fuel now for a flak panzer should he go for it, but he's locked in another Raketen instead.
Yeah, it's a wise choice. Double Raketen's a famous co-tool. And it's always better to have 2 of the Blighters rather than just the 1. So fair enough there. But he's going to have to protect himself against this roving Mad Dog Hans infantry. These brand up Tommies. 9 kills on this one. And the other guy has 12, so not too shabby in the slightest.
Anti-tank battery is ready for deployment.
And this is
Schwer, by the way, is set up, by the way, Ed. It's on the right northern edge of the map there. So yeah, I wonder what he's thinking there. He could get... not sure.
No pork and Schwer today. That's very conservative. Right back in the base, which is good. Safe stuff from Alpen. He did lose his Schwer in the previous game, as I could have been, to double AT gun of Hans. And I disagree. I think the double Raketen at this point in time, not really what Alpen needed to sink his manpower into. Could have got a fast Osman out there to do some work against Hans. But let me double check whether Hans has got the tech. He does indeed. Okay, so he could have replied in kind with a Cromwell to the Ostwind. But all of it just game theory now. Cromwell is the reality that is locked
If you
in.
don't go something and I don't go something, who's actually won? That's game theory in a nutshell. As the Focus Grenadiers are forced away, Tommies are making an insurgence yet again. Meanwhile, in the centre, the Stern Pioneers are spotting for the double Raketenwerfers against the AEC, and they attack this shrubbery instead. As, there you go. Alpen has no fuel right now. It's both in the hands of Hans. He might be even thinking of Hammer Comet at this point. We've all seen how good Comets are on South... Oh, no, he's not. What the hell am I talking about? Can you just shut me up, please? We're instead, of course, seeing a Cromwell.
Recently, we've been on about, but I'm always up for a subject change. You know me. Like a coked up gnat on a night out. I can't keep my concentration for more than 2 seconds. But helping Hands luckily can, and making full use of this cutoff play now with Brend up, infantry sections.
There's a rather splendid
Cover?
Cromwell
What
ready to
cover?
go.
They don't even need it. Taking on the Volks, max range. Double Brens. Oof.
And this is a rather splendid Cromwell. This is one of the most splendid Cromwells I've ever seen, quite frankly. I'm going to name this after one of our glorious generals. This Cromwell is indeed named after Sonicky 94. Sonicky 94, the Cromwell, everybody. And I do that as a reward for our patrons. They sometimes, invariably sometimes, get named after units. So there you go.
I think Sonicky had a big insurance scandal on that house. It's double tapped it with the Cromwell was driving by. It's taken out most of its HP.
Raketenwerfers forced away as the Brens gun them down. They each have 5 men still, so they should be... Well, 4 men still, so they should be fine. But the bigger tale here is Alpen is having fuel denied yet again, but he does have medium tank of his very own to join the fray.
It's the good old simp to P4 rush. It's come out of 16 minutes, which isn't too slow, but on a map like Crossroads, comparatively it is. And it's not a map to get behind on in terms of the cutoffs and the resources, because Hans would just look at that, 57 munitions a minute, 35 fuel. He's just going to pace ahead with this one. If Alpen doesn't get a big MLG play with these double Raketen and P4 now. Dolphin skin, I think, or whale skin. God knows what that abomination
really,
is on the
yeah,
P4.
I don't understand Relic what they were thinking there. It's like we're gonna prioritize corporate image over what Company Heroes fans would actually want to buy. We're not gonna have like Guderian fall skin, foul gelb, Reich Panzer Ministry skin. We're gonna have dolphins and whales.
They went full SeaWorld with their bet. Maybe they had shares in it, who knows. But what I would love is a Yak Tiger as a huge like Shamu killer whale.
That's so funny. That's so unintentionally ironic. Ed, that's beautiful. They were doing like save the whales and send them back into the ocean. And you turn that into SeaWorld Shamu, 5-year-old with a ticket to see the dolphins. I love it.
The little barnacles on the front of this whale P4. See if he can nail his first shot. He can't. But Raketen does shoot through the defense. Great pickup.
We're talking of shooting defense. Here we go. We've got the land mattress. Hans is one of the most famous units on the Raketenwerfers, causing them all kinds of problems, Ed. Oh, Jesus.
Raketen lucky to get away there, Matt.
Oh, and the Cromwells are using this as an opportunity to launch a further assault, as are the Tommies.
All in push. Could it be from Hans? Could it be? We have an aggressive Hans player now? Hook jump?
Nope.
No.
Indeed. And Alpen is back to being just another auto match player, as Hans is really grinding through the gears now. Alpen is definitely on the defense. He's no longer the vanquisher of Love Nest. He's back to thinking, how do I beat these top level players? And I'm a big Alpen fan. I wanted I want to see him go on a tear and be that elite level, but right now he's being manhandled. Unfortunately for him, it could be an endurance thing, Ed. He could have literally hit his threshold. He just might need to go back to the drawing board and work on a couple of things. He's definitely proven how good he is, but right now,
He's
James...
got the stamina. He streams for a long time, 1v1s. I think he's got the stamina. It's just...
What is it then?
He's boxed himself into a bit of a corner. I don't think OKW were the pick, especially this faction, if you're not going to utilize Oswins or amass his JLIs. He lost to JLI crucially, which is down to him. Didn't go for any MGs to secure his position, and Hans has just been able to walk through unscathed with his sections and keep cutting them off. On this map, as I said before, it's very wide. Definitely need that MG coverage, and contrast this to when HelpingHans plays. He's got 2 MGs by the 10-minute mark. I just think it's a bit of a build order slash faction decision that has boxed open into this position at the moment, but he's not out of it yet. As
No,
double
he's not.
Kettons starts singing.
He does need some veterancy on them though, Ed. And a really good analogy right now is the fact that Love Nest beat Kimbo only in a best of 10. He lost the first best of 5 of that double elimination tournament, if we recall. HelpingHans would have lost a best of 3 here, if I'm not mistaken. No, it would have been close anyway. But seriously, these older players, these elite level players from days gone by, seem to need longer series in order to win. Because the younger players are being able to really hit them with shock and awe, blitzkrieg style attack, and then the older players in the longer series can seem to hold their own. So that's the meta I'm starting to see.
And that's why best of 5 probably, favors the experienced. It filters out those kind of one-off big wins. And you got to do it throughout the best of 5 series here. And Elpen, I think he's still got a chance. He's got double Ketten, P4. He's got all the tools now. Double JLI, back on the field again. I think he just needs to start putting pressure on the east side of the map and moving Hans where he wants him to be, rather than having to be reactive. Because once Hans is in control, he's very good at just closing it out.
My camera was trying to track the activity of this Panzer IV, thinking yes, nope, against the Cromwell, and the idea that the 6-pounders could be present. Now, it's a very good mortar positioning from HelpingHans behind this garrison and hedgerow. He's perfectly positioned to constantly cause Alpern further issues, and it is indeed further issues at this point. 190 victory points remain for the big Swede. Is he big? He looks big.
What is definitely big is a double GG mortar inside one pit built for Hans. Right behind the mid house there's a shot blocker on the hedges, so that's going to be a very hard unit to uproot for Elpen, especially with his build order. And I go on about his decision making with the units, with the faction. There was no light infantry guns, despite there being a battle group. Light infantry gun, especially if doubled up, is great against Brits in green cover and forcing them out and dislodging the Vickers. So it's going to be actually HelpingHans putting the emphasis on his indirect first with the Hans matches, and now the mortar pit. This looks troubling for Elpen.
It does look troubling for him, and I think HelpingHans is now reaping the benefit of years of playing Company of Heroes every single day. His micro, when he needs it, can be off the scale. It can be absolutely brutal. However, Raketenwerfers do set up momentarily, but the, as Ed would say, the Cromwell skips away, and they're left wanting.
Yeah,
Victory point and field work.
JLI not too impactful at this stage of the game once all the infantry... Look at that veterancy on Hans' squads. Nearly all of the infantry section Vet 3.
Being corralled right now by the Cromwell.
And the VP's getting a bit desperate now for Elpen. It's his time to feel the burn in that regards. And Brits defending a position always historically been stronger than having to attack. So it's up to Elpen now to bring out the Trump plays.
There we go.
Opens up again, Matt.
Oh yes, it does. And we've had a loss there, by the way. I don't know where it was actually. Was it in the west? Something's
Bolt
lost for the
goes down,
OKW.
yeah.
Oh gosh, as the Tommies are raining death, and the land mattresses too. It's all joining the fray. More Foes Grenadiers possibly close to death there as they just about escape. Panzer IV reverses as the Foes Grenadiers put their lives on the line for the Reich, but to what end? It's getting all so futile now for Alpern.
Yeah, and Alpern picked an early game dominant kind of faction, but failed to dominate in the early game with them. And it all goes down, cast your mind back to that very first engagement of the Sternpires that got outplayed and outmaneuvered by Hans's double sections. You know, things like that just makes such a
Infiltration
difference.
commandos hit a mine. They were
Hit
going
their
for a
own mine.
cheeky infiltration and then a bit of a wipe, but they
It was
were
a
caught
great
off
line
guard.
with the Ricketts.
Did it?
Ricketts
The
debated
Ricketts
them and
triggered
yeah,
it. Oh
set
my
it
lord!
off,
But
and,
meanwhile, we've got a tank standoff won by the Cromwells. Out of control goes the Panzer IV. Oh my! This game's really
Everybody
boiling
back.
over now.
Oh, down goes the people of dreams for Alpern. He does now just have enough fuel for another tank, so if he had kept that alive, got the double vehicle hype going, maybe there's a chance, but it does seem to be very, very low odds now for the Swede.
Indeed. And look at this Jaeger squad. Oh my god. Getting forced away with one man remaining. An overshot there by the Cromwell could have finished him. I've seen that happen. More Jaegers on the field. Squad, listen up. We've got a stern task ahead of us as double-digit Alpern ticks down to 0 slowly but surely, bleeding away. Apply the tourniquet, please, my dear Swedish friend, as the Cromwell watches on. It's not looking too good.
America's army.
No tourniquet here though for Alpern. He's bleeding out. He's got to hopefully get the mid VP, but the double bong of the mortar pit. Yikes. Just look at that MG crew, completely countered.
All the
No
Ricketts
light, no
thinking as
leaks
well.
for Alpern to fire back. Oh, where was the firestorm? Where was the Hetzer?
That would have been interesting to say the least. As a Rakettenwerfer gets taken out by an errant mortar shell. First grenade jumps inside the house. That's
That's
very
not a good
perilous.
idea.
Yep.
Patreon Cromwell might
Oh,
have something
he
to
jumps
say
out
about
and he
that.
gets a Faust off on the Cromwell. This could be a massive win for Alpern. This could be the comeback trail, quite frankly. He gets a Faust and a double Rakettenwerfer snipe. He
No
does have the
patience
fuel.
from Zoe for Hans there, and Alpern just picks up that freebie. That was an absolute gimme there from Hans. I don't know what he was doing. He's raging now with his Hans mattress.
Hans mattress indeed,
No.
resident sleeper for Alpern, or many of his infantry squads, but he marches forward with the first grenadiers. He's looking for that land mattress. He's going to go for the sport weapon kill, but
OKW
oh,
has
look at
woke
that
up,
infantry! Look at that infantry damage. 15 of Britain's finest destroyers are on the field, and we could see even a light gammon on retreat. Yes, a light gammon bomb on retreat for these Volks grenadiers. Will the Tommies finish the job? Piet's try.
Friends had a go at him as well at max range, but no dice. Alpern gets back, but that's the first bit of OKW style play we've seen from OKW. Okay, it was a glaring mistake from Hans, but Alpern got at least near the cutoff. That's where he wants to be. It's like a Joe Frazier against Muhammad Ali. You got to get up in his grill, on his chest. Every time he breathes, you got to be there close, ripping with
In this case,
stern
you
pies.
need something else. You need the Eastern Assassin. You need the Ostwind on the field, and Alpern's going to go for it. He doesn't give a crap. He's gotten this far. He might as well go all in. He's gone for the Ostwind. Only 45 of these flak panzers were built in World War II. It's mostly the verbal Wind, of course, but the Ostwind sounds cooler, like a techno beat from the 80s with your, you know, your Lamborghini. It goes, and it's on the field right now. Let's see what it can do.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the gull wings of the the Lamborghinis of old, but the Ostwind is very potent against infantry and support crews. But there's a lot of mines down here, Matt.
Oh no.
Dangerous territory. Alpern's got to back it up with an infantry push to try and take out these support crews. No league though to silence the Vickers. Or
He's
even
trying to tempt
smoke
him
it.
in over this mine, by the way. Look at that. He was getting the cap off, yes, but mine. Okay, the Eastern Assassin has been assassinated. We don't even need to look. Let's not look. Okay, he's definitely dead. Let's not look. Oh, but the AC's exposed to the Rakettenwerfers. Oh no, they're not alive anymore.
Oh well. Fritz and Hans' last hope in their Ostwind. Whoa, Alpern killing his own Raketten in rage. Not enough. See you later.
Raketten aside. Oh dear.
Basic instinct style vengeance there on his own unit.
You keep your legs crossed, please.
But AC, 9 kills, not even vet 1, 28 minutes into the game. The most lame duck AEC.
And here we see the ultimate confrontation, the AEC versus the Eagle Light Infantry Squad. Who will win for now? The AEC. Indeed.
If the JLI had the rear armor shots on it, maybe they had a chance. Over about a 3-hour period of AEC missing. But yeah, no light infantry guns is because it's so good as North Crossroads map. You don't even have to leave your base. You can just sit them in behind the hedge, and they can reach the mid VP. But Hans is lucked out there with Felpen's call, and didn't go mechanized, so no stupid option.
Oh dear, look at these supporters getting put to sleep by the land mattress. Oh dear indeed. As bravely Elpern pushes forward, but what aim?
He's charging one Vickers from the same angle. Yep. Fatigue's well and truly kicked in now, and that's GG, folks. 3-2 to HelpingHans.
Oh, what a series that was, Eddie Babes.
Exactly. It took us to the wire, right down to the core. James hung on in there, got the third victory over Elpen, but Elpen did not give up easily. Sat there to the end, and even brought an Ostman for the memes. Respect to him, and he'll come again. He knocked out Loveness in this tourney. He took HelpingHans to Game 5 of a best of 5. So yeah, kudos to Elpen, the Lord of Sweden. As Stuvie has left the KOTU scene, a new one arises, the young contender, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in future shows. But yeah, as Matt gets mauled by his dog and love, hats off to James as well. He's stuck at it.
Heat and she's I don't know what she's seen me for here, but lady, we're not like that together, baby. You go and chew your bone. Go on. No. That's literal, by the way. I'm not actually just saying that. She's been whining downstairs, poor girl. We can't get spayed. It's like the lockdown thing. You literally, vets will not spay pets at the moment. So
right.
We've got a sheepdog that requires like ball throwing constantly. You need 50 ball tosses to get her tired, and we're not allowed to. We have to keep her on a lead. It's so sad for her. It's...
All right. Well, down in Hastings, it must be completely different then, because my little sister's dog's in the sea. It's running around everywhere. But
is it? Oh god.
He's a free spear, so I don't know. Can't really keep him on the lead much. But no, just wanted to close out and say, for Hans' sake, what amazing long 5-game slobber knocker he had. He had the endurance there, which was good, and the experience of hanging on in there in tournament level play for 5 games is no easy feat, folks. And Hans, yeah, credit to him, really stuck in there well, and gave us a feast of games, both of them with Elpen. And it's been a joy to cast today with you, Matt.
It's been lovely, yeah. Thank you, Ed. You've done a cracking job, mate. We're just going to quickly go through the overview as well, and we see the HelpingHans. He put on a masterclass in that last game. It was fantastic viewing and fantastic stuff as well. Poor Elpen could not keep up after the 10-minute mark. He was just treading water, quite frankly, and fighting a losing battle, it would seem. But credit to him, we definitely have a new crop of players emerging. The old guard have got to be on their guard now, because the Master League is giving consistency to the new players, and it's not just the old players can suddenly come in with their 10 years of practice. The new players are getting as good as them, so it's fantastic to see. Big GGs to everybody in chat that stuck with us today. Thank you for watching, and thank you to all the new patrons and everybody supporting the scene. And again, thank you to my good friend Eddie Babes.
Yeah, it was touch and go at one point, Matt. I was up about 10. Well, falling back to sleep and oversleep. I had like 10 minutes to get ready, but we made it work, and yeah, it was great fun. It was good fun to see the other casts from Ricky and others yesterday. I'm sure that community ethos spirit will carry on, and yeah, I think are we due a raid over? Speaking of community.
Yeah. I said to Helping Hands if you want to, we'll host you after today. But I can't see that he's live right now. He must be taking a well-earned break. Oh no, what's this? Is he live? I'm watching an advert at the moment. Von Ivan's live. Oh, sorry. Von Ivan, I've already promised Mr. Hansy Babies, but you've heard it here first. You've got a choice of mega channels. Hans and Von Ivan are both live, so there you go. But we have promised Mr. Hansy Babes the raid to give him his, his plaudits, and so you can hear his first reaction. So let's give him a little raid arena.
If I see Alan Shearer mention one more time.
Thanks you today, Alan. It was great. Here we go. Let's raid it on up.
Kieran Dyer. All right, cool. Cheers, guys. Thanks to everyone for tuning in, And what a game from both combatants. Let's go and enjoy another stream now with Hans and get his view on his great victory.
See you
Cheers,
next Saturday, guys. Bye-bye. Thanks, Ed.
Take care. Bye-bye.